Hour number.
$14.50 The Ticket.
At Big B, we know it's more than a bagel. It's love at first bite. Cue the fireworks. Big B makes it better. Whew. At Big B, we know it's more than a matcha latte. It's your midday MVP. You got this. Big B makes it better.
Your local Big B Coffee, 2874 Joseph Drive, right off of Princeton Road near Bridgewater Falls in Fairfield Township.
There's an issue cutting through the partisanship in Congress. It's AM radio. The overwhelming majority of legislators, Democrats and Republicans, support a bill to keep AM radio in cars. But time is running out. Text AM to 52886 and ask Congress to bring this bill to the floor for a vote now. AM radio is too important to let this moment pass us by.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month, and you may text STOP to stop.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
This is your ticket to Miami University Sports. WMOH, Hamilton, Fairfield, Westchester, Cincinnati. 1450 The Ticket.
Hour from Town Hall. I'm Rich Thomason. America's economic engine cranked out more jobs last month. Payroll processor ADP says job creation hit a 16-month high. 122,000 jobs added last month. Wall Street had expected to see just 110,000 jobs. The voters have spoken in the half-dozen states where the latest primaries have taken place. In California, they're still tallying the votes in the governor's race. Trump-endorsed Republican Steve Hilton leads the pack so far.
We've had enough ideology in California, haven't we? It's time. It's time for positive, practical things. I'm fighting for working people in California so that you can keep more of what you earn.
In the L.A. mayor's race, looks like incumbent Karen Bass will advance to the general, possibly challenged by Spencer Pratt. And Alabama can use a new Republican-friendly congressional map in this year's elections, so says the U.S. Supreme Court. Despite the ceasefire, U.S. and Iranian forces have exchanged fire again. A couple of Iranian missiles missed their intended targets in Kuwait, according to the U.S., and 3 missiles fired at Bahrain were intercepted.
The U.S. military also said its forces carried out self-defense strikes against an Iranian military ground control station on Keshmer Island in the Strait of Hormuz. Iran says the target was a communications tower south of the island and has cited that attack as the reason for its retaliation. Earlier, U.S. forces fired on an oil tanker attempting to sail towards Iran's oil terminal at Karg Island. The incidents highlight the fragile nature of the current ceasefire. The U.S. said its forces remained vigilant and prepared to respond to what it described as unwarranted Iranian aggression during the truce.
The BBC's Peter Bowes. On Wall Street this morning, the Dow down 271 points. The Nasdaq is off 156. More on these stories, townhall.com.
There's a moment nobody talks about with weight loss. It's the moment it stops working. The diet that worked before doesn't. Eating less stops moving the scale. That's not random. When your body's under stress, it slows your metabolism. That's why quick fixes eventually fail. At PhD Weight Loss, they focus on restoring your metabolism. And right now, when you call and mention Mike G, you'll get 2 free weeks and they'll pay for the cost of your food. Call 864-644-1900. That's 864-644-1900 or visit myphdweightloss.com.
Hi, I'm Kirk Cameron. Is health insurance eating up your budget for 2026? If you're looking for ways to better steward your finances, consider this. Christian Healthcare Ministries is a health insurance alternative at half the cost. As a ministry, CHM allows you to share the burden of medical bills with other believers. Join CHM today by visiting chministries.org/wellness. That's chministries.org/wellness.
1450 WMOH News, I'm Steve Vaughn. Butler County Administrator Judy Boyko says Butler County Probate Court will move back into the historical courthouse on Monday, June 22nd. Crews are finishing repairs from the recent fire that caused water and smoke damage to the building. The Hamilton County Coroner's Office has identified the woman stabbed to death at the Norwood Skyline Tuesday. 27-year-old Alyssa Hill was attacked by her ex-boyfriend. 37-year-old Rick Wright is charged with murder. A major milestone for Cincinnati's new bridge over the Ohio River.
A 300-ton capacity crane is now in place just across the river from Cincinnati. It will be one of the driving forces in helping to build the new Brent Spence Companion Bridge between Cincinnati and Kentucky.
Reporter Jared Allen. The Baden Rams baseball team will play Butler High School tomorrow for the Division III Regional Championship. First pitch is 2 p.m. at Miami University's Hayden Park. I'm Steve Vaughn.
WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
Honey, what are we going to eat after the game tonight?
How about Richard's Pizza?
Richard's Pizza. One of their new fresh salads for you, a famous Italian steak sandwich for me, and a piping hot pizza for the kids.
Sounds like a plan.
Richard's Pizza has 4 convenient locations in Butler County: Trenton, Monroe, Fairfield, and Hamilton.
Richard's Pizza. Great taste since 1955. Richard's Pizza.
Back pass pressured in the backfield. He's brought down again. Another sack.
Local business owners, get in on the football excitement and let your message be heard. Join the growing number of businesses supporting high school sports on 1450 The Ticket at very affordable rates. Simply contact the WMOH 1450 The Ticket sales office at 513-863-1111. You are listening, and so are many of your future customers. Let area football fans know that you support high school sports on 1450 The Ticket, and they'll support you. High School Tournament Baseball. Installed by AE Door and Window.
Taylor sliding into third. Safe. Yes. 3-run triple. Chandler Taylor. And another runner's going to score. Keegan Sawyer with some heads-up base running. Strike 3. Got him looking. 3-hitter by Caleb Dreesen. And the Baden Rams are your district champions once again.
Thursday, Baden takes on Butler for Division III Regional Championship. Coverage begins Thursday at 1:35 on 1450 The Ticket. And on WMOH.com.
From the WMOH Weather Center, we will see sunny skies today with a high near 81. Tonight, mostly clear with a low 55. Sunny on Thursday with a high 84. Clear Thursday night with a low near 60. Mostly sunny on Friday with a high 84. Partly cloudy Friday night with a low near 65. And partly sunny Saturday with a chance of showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon. Your high 84.
This is Hugh Hewitt. Join me today at 3 on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
The Chad Benson Show.
Breaking news. So breaking. It's broken. That's how breaking it is. Donald Trump has said that the new Ayatollah, the supreme leader, the big taco, is not made a promise going to get the weapon, the no nukes. None. How many? None. Zero. He thinks, maybe. I don't know. Do you think that's true? I have no idea if that's true. How many times have we won this war? Like 40 times? I mean, we've won this war so many times. It's been crazy. It's like, what? Now, we haven't heard from Iran yet because we don't know if they've agreed to whatever he said. But he's pretty sure this is it. I mean, the war, we got it. He's promised. He's like double promised with the full promise and stuff that this time is 100% the time that's 100% this is probably going to happen. This is, yes. They don't need a weapon. They don't. They don't need a weapon. They have a weapon. It's called the Strait of Hormuz. All we've managed to do is turn them into a global power by them going, oh, my God, we should have just done this a long time ago. Yeah. Meanwhile, last night, California, America was watching. Will California be both the largest, most incredible, innovative powerhouse, and yet at the same time, cesspool and turlet to any ne'er-do-well, drug addict, and homeless person? It's a good question. So, people first looking at Los Angeles because of Spencer Pratt. Did he win? Did he not win? Because remember, it's a primary. The primary works kind of weird in California because it's a jungle primary. Top two go through. L.A. mayor is nonpartisan. We know where everybody stands. That being said, if you happen to get 50 plus 1%, you are the winner. You don't even have to run in November. Did that happen last night? No. So Karen Bass already has a check by her name. She will be playing in the final come November. Who will be there? Will it be Nithya Raman or this character, Spencer Pratt?
Spencer, do you see an uphill battle in the next 5 months? Absolutely not. I think the next 5 months, I'm going to have time to build out this team to show everybody the level of Democratic supporters that I have behind me, the heavy hitters that are in this room, that are all behind me. And I think this idea that I don't represent Democrats and Republicans and independents, anyone that's just a Los Angeles citizen that wants basic quality of life, I'll be able to show that in 5 months. Right now, the media likes to say, oh, he's this. I'm not that. I'm the Angelino who said enough is enough, and I had to step up. I didn't know I'd be here tonight, but it's obviously God's plan, and I'm going to go all the way, and I'm going to show everybody that I'm their mayor.
So now, here's the weird thing about California. If you're thinking, okay, so that means he came in second. Maybe. What do you mean maybe? Well, California likes to take their time. They like to go through the votes that come in, sometimes days afterwards. They like to really just, hey, we're going to get it right, measure twice, cut once. The problem is it seems to take forever. It's like you measured twice. Now you're measuring a third time. It's been several days since you started the measurements. People are still waiting for something to get done.
Remember, the final piece of the puzzle that we won't know tonight, right, is the late arriving vote by mail. And we're talking about probably like a third of the vote in Los Angeles. We're probably not going to be getting until tomorrow and maybe days to come after tomorrow. The mail can still come in after Election Day. And there's indications, and there's certainly a ton of precedent here, that late arriving vote by mail is going to be significantly more Democratic friendly than all of the other vote, meaning that would be good news for Bass. Right. That would be good news for Raman. If she's going to come out of tonight behind Pratt, it's a huge if, but if she's going to come out of tonight behind Pratt, well, it's not a huge if at this point, she would then have the opportunity, if she's close enough, to catch him with that. But that is a 25,000 vote pad there. 8 percentage points that Pratt has managed to build.
So he's got a decent lead. I think there's more to it with him, but can I say for sure that he's going to be the one that gets through? No, I don't know. It's weird because I think Karen Bass, oddly enough, I mean, who is she? I think she has a better chance at maybe getting past Nithya Raman. Not Top Raman. Top Raman would win for sure. Like, who'd you vote for? Top Raman. Because it tastes great. And it governs better. But Nithya, while there's some progressive areas, and I think it would be an issue for her in some of those places, I think that she would get by Nithya in an easier way. On the other side of it, I think he's got 5 months to expose the insanity that has become California. Right? We were talking about last hour. This governance of empathy that brings with it misery. You don't have to be an authoritarian, but you should use common sense. Allowing people to, I don't know, say, hey, crack's a lifestyle. No, it's not. It's not a lifestyle. Stealing stuff from you to support whatever it is that I'm doing is a lifestyle. Your job happens to be, selling cars or being a lawyer. My job happens to be stealing anything I can get my hands on. See the way this is? So, no, it's ridiculous. It is. So this is going to be interesting to see what happens in the next couple days, because I do think if Spencer Pratt can get her on stage a couple times, he's going to expose her. And for him and the way that he's done everything, the best thing to continue to do is to go where the people are, which he's done really well. But on top of that, continue to say, I don't care about labels. I'm an Angelino, born and raised here. This is my home. The failure has caused me anger. The anger has given me action. That's why I'm doing this. I want better for all of us. I don't care about labels. That's what I want for all of us. And we deserve better than we've gotten. And I think if he does those things and he's on that stage and he continues to do that and continues to say, what have you got to lose? What have you got to lose? And one of the other things I would do if I was advising him, which would be great advice, let me just say, coming from me, I'm kidding, is I would say, and I would do, is start appointing people that are going to be working with me. Appointing people that maybe are Democrats who are disgruntled, who are in the system politically. Appointing people who have ideas on how to get things done. People like the homeless example, perfect here. Again, you're free to have this, Spencer. Anybody wants to use the blueprint, absolutely free. I'm not going to copyright it. When you go and do something like that and you appoint people already, we're saying this person is going to be my chief of staff. They're going to help me design this. They know their way around City Hall. They know their way around all of these systems and stuff that we're going to be able to go in and try to get these things done and get that person out there talking about the vision and what they want to do. Almost like you have 2 or 3 other people with you who are helping push in that direction, but different voices and people are coming up with solutions to the problems that are facing people in Los Angeles. But you could do that anywhere in the country. But for him, I think it's vitally important because the worry about him not having experience. You can go find people with experience. You can. And that's what, if I was him, that's what I would do. Again, you can have it for free. Spencer, anybody else wants to use that, let us know. It's the kind of people we are here. 323-538-2423. At Chet Benson Show is your X, your Insta, YouTube, and everything else. Love hearing from all of you. Several text messages come in. One of the things I found interesting is yesterday we got a text message from somebody in Seattle talking about the homeless issue. And obviously Seattle's dealing with their own issues with homelessness, as we've seen. I mean, it's just, Seattle's dying was great if you've not seen it. And the West Coast in and itself has a serious issue with homelessness. But it goes back to what we were just talking about. This empathy, right? The blue cities, like we need empathy. But at the same time, we can't allow empathy to run decision-making. And this person was pointing out, says, hey, Chad, cool show, drug use, using homeless is just part of the story, because that's what I said about drugs and homelessness, because let's be real, mental illness and homelessness. And they talked about the expense of how expensive it is in some of these cities. $25, $30 an hour may not be a living wage. True. May not. But what I was pointing out is the people that are out there who are working 1 and 2 jobs and are finding it hard, and yes, if they miss a paycheck or 2, they could be in trouble. Those people are not on drugs. They're not mentally ill. And if they do lose their job, their first response isn't going to be crap in the street and do heroin, because that's not a good thing. Nobody's done that. Have they? Have you thought, lost my job, next stop, fentanyl town? No. There's serious issues out there, and yes, some of them are not being addressed because it goes back to what we've talked about, which is this empathy suicide, which isn't a win for anybody. Let me know what you think. Love to hear from you. 323-538-2423. At Chad Benson Show is your X, your Insta. Coming up, it's a trial happening here. Could kick off as early as tomorrow. It got a lot of headlines. Has to do with a stabbing. Again, another stabbing. This time it's in Texas. Talk about that straight ahead. First, Omaha Steaks. Father's Day is close by. Omaha Steaks wants to deliver to you the best in steaks. Why is that? Because that's what Dad wants. Do not get Dad a tie. Do not get Dad something that he doesn't need or want. You know what he wants? First of all, the best around when it comes to meats. Secondly, and this is very important, Memories with you. In the backyard grilling, you get to indulge, he gets to hang out, everybody gets the best. That's why they've got this massive sale going on, Father's Day, Omaha Steaks. Go to omahasteaks.com, use my code Benson, save an extra $35 off, and we're talking over 50% off on steaks, packages specifically for Dad, the Burger Perfection Pack, everything you can think of right there with 100% unconditional money-back guarantee. So make Dad's Day and give yourself a little something as well. Win Father's Day with Omaha Steaks. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use code Benson. omahasteaks.com. Terms apply. See site for details. Chad Benson Show. Ever been stuck in a bad relationship? You know the one. It drains you, wears you down, and somehow you stay, even though deep down, you know, this isn't how it's supposed to be. That's what living with daily aches and pains can feel like. You stop expecting to feel good. You start thinking, maybe this is just life now. No, it's not. With Relief Factor, you can break up with pain just like Anthony did. Since taking Relief Factor for about 2 months, he's back to running his business, fishing, gardening, doing the things that really matter to him. That's the difference. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free, and it targets the inflammation that causes pain. So you can move better, feel better, live better. Try it for yourself with the 3-week quick start for just $19.95. Go to relieffactor.com or call 800-4RELIEF. That's 800-4RELIEF to get the 3-week quick start for just $19.95. Break up with pain and get back to what matters. Visit relieffactor.com or call 800-4RELIEF today.
The Hugh Hewitt Show.
Hi, it's Hugh Hewitt. I am back from a quick trip out to the West Coast, and I will go over with you everything that happened in California in the governor's race, the LA mayoral race. We'll try and tease out of that some lessons about what's ahead. So whatever you do, don't miss the next Hugh Hewitt Show.
He keeps his finger on the pulse in D.C.
The key to the show is news. If it's happening, I'll tell you about it.
Hugh Hewitt.
Join me today at 3 on WMOH 1450 The Ticket. Keep that dial to the right.
It's summer savings at AE Door and Window. All through June, get 10% off summer space retractable awnings and up to 10% off Provia patio sliders and windows. Save up to 15% off Provia entry doors and Clopay garage doors. Combine and save for another 5% off your total order. Plus, save up to $100 off LiftMaster openers. All with 0 down, 0 interest for 2 years. Learn more at aedoorsales.com.
We sell the best and service the rest. AE.
He's off to the races. No one's going to catch him. Touchdown.
Local business owners, get in on the football excitement and let your message be heard. Join the growing number of businesses supporting high school sports on 1450 The Ticket at very affordable rates. Simply contact the WMOH 1450 The Ticket sales office at 513-863-1111. You are listening, and so are many of your future customers. Let area football fans know that you support high school sports on 1450 The Ticket, and they'll support you.
This is Dana Lash. Join me today at noon on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
Hi, I'm Kathy McPhee. Animals have always had my heart, and that is why I'm a proud supporter of American Humane Society. Over the years, I have filled my home with rescue pets. I adopted my sweet Wmoh as a senior dog. She reminds me how special older dogs really are. Some of my most cherished memories are with her. American Humane Society believes every animal deserves compassion, love, and respect.
I'm Dr. Robin Ganser, President and CEO of American Humane Society. Because of you, we've been able to save animal lives. Thank you so much for your generous support of our work.
American Humane Society has been rescuing, caring for, and protecting animals for 150 years, celebrating the life-changing power of the human-animal bond. Your support can save lives. Join us in helping animals in need at AmericanHumane.org.
You can call the Ohio State Highway Patrol for help with any roadside emergency. If you're broken down or there's debris on the road or you see a dangerous driver, don't just assume someone else has already reported it. Please call the Ohio State Highway Patrol at pound 677 and a trooper will head to the area. We would rather have too many calls than none at all. Again, if you need the patrol's assistance, please dial pound 677.
High School Tournament Baseball. Installed by AE Door and Window.
Taylor sliding into third, safe. Three-run triple, Chandler Taylor. And another runner's going to score. Keegan Sawyer with some heads-up base running. Strike three, got him looking. Three-hitter by Caleb Dreesen. And the Baden Rams are your district champions once again.
Thursday, Baden takes on Butler for Division III Regional Championship. Coverage begins Thursday at 1:35 on 1450 The Ticket and on WMOH.com.
From the WMOH Weather Center, we will see sunny skies today with a high near 81. Mostly clear tonight with a low 55. Sunny on Thursday with a high 84. Thursday night mostly clear with a low 60. On Friday, mostly sunny with a high 84. Partly cloudy Friday night with a low 65. Partly sunny on Saturday with a chance of thunderstorms and a high 84.
WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
You're listening to The Chad Benson Show.
Massive trial getting ready to get underway tomorrow if all goes well. A trial that a lot of America's going to pay attention to. Take you back, April 2025. Frisco, Texas. Track meet. Two kids get into a fight. 17-year-olds. Carmelo Anthony, Austin Metcalf. Carmelo Anthony, not the basketball player, stabs and kills Austin Metcalf. Then, of course, it becomes a massive story. Racism, driver on the internet, as we all know, because people want to get involved. This is a story that divides a nation. Well, he stabbed him because he said he was the N-word or something. He was defending himself. And then all of a sudden, no, he stabbed him because he hates white. You get where I'm going with this. Now, after all of this time, it's finally going to actually go to trial. First things first, though, you need a jury. You need a jury. And that's going to be interesting. How do you pick your jury? This guy here, Robert Henshaw, is a guy who he's kind of like that TV show Bull, a scientist, right? Guy that is in the law, understands it, knows how to pick juries, knows exactly what both sides are looking for and how heated this could be. But I want you to hear how you go and pick these juries and who, by the way, the defense attorney wants on their jury.
So what the defense wants, typically, the defense wants older, pro-Second Amendment, pro-stand your ground, pro-gun jurors. And I think the defense wants men. From the prosecution side, really clear. Young, liberal women. The exact opposite of what prosecutors typically want.
That's interesting. Because the way they're going to spin it, again, it's Texas, is he was defending himself. We have a right to defend ourselves in this state, in this country. He felt he was threatened. Because normally what you want in a situation like this would probably be the opposite. You'd want the liberal, progressive woman. Race is going to be an issue. We know that. This is what he thinks about that.
It'd be good for both sides, and for this case and for this country, if we have a representation of not just white jurors, but black, Hispanic, Asian jurors. However many people of color are on the jury, the better for everybody.
323-538-2423. At Chad Benson Show is your X, your Insta, all the other things right here on the Chad Benson Show. Again, this is, a lot of people are going to be paying attention to this. It's one of those things where it's not just two kids scuffled. It became a talking point in this country for a while, and it's still there. There's no doubt about that. It'll be very interesting to see how the jurors are picked and what the jury selection looks like. Let me know what you think. We move from there to another issue that looks like it's going to play itself out potentially in the courts. George Santos, the greatest pirate on the high seas? Yes. An astronaut? 100%. Probably our best. Professional volleyball player and habitual liar. Apparently, he may be in trouble again. No, say it ain't so. Oh, I'm saying it's so. You see, George apparently may have insider traded on Kalshi, including betting on whether or not he'd show up at the State of the Union. Oh, George, you got the pardon? What happened, George? Now, I'm sure he is being wrongly targeted, but it is pretty funny with George. I mean, it's horrible that he did insider trading, if indeed that is what he potentially did. That being said, it's George Santos. Did we expect anything different from the greatest mathematician the world has ever known? I don't think so, kids. I don't think so. 323-538-2423 at Chad Benson Show. It is your X, your Insta, and everything else. Coming up, some World Cup talk. We'll do that straight ahead. Chad Benson Show.
The Chad Benson Show.
CarPro.com. Jerry Reynolds, the CarPro here, answering your automotive questions. What does certified pre-owned actually mean? Certified pre-owned vehicles are used cars that undergo a rigorous inspection process. They're as close to a new car as you can get. I only recommend factory certified cars because they're backed by the manufacturer and usually come with a very long warranty. Factory CPOs typically cost more, but it's money well spent since there are often factory incentives available and you may not need to buy an extended warranty. To get any of your automotive questions answered, go to CarPro.com and sign up for the free weekly newsletter.
If you like getting the truth about the car business before you buy your next car, then you'll love the CarPro Show podcast. Just search for CarPro Show on the iHeart app, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. The CarPro Show podcast.
1450 WMOH News. I'm Steve Vaughn.
Here we go again.
Butler County Sheriff Richard Jones reacting after 2 illegal migrants were arrested for Monday's shooting in Liberty Township.
The same old thing I've been talking about for years. Illegal aliens coming into our country. Illegal aliens coming into our county. Coming into our cities. And here we have it again. We had someone shot.
Jones says the protesters at his jail never talk about the violence. The Butler County Sheriff's Office has arrested a man who allegedly used revenge porn against his estranged husband. A release from the Sheriff's Office says 24-year-old Eric Barton put nude photos of his ex on social media. He was arrested in Falmouth, Kentucky by Butler County deputies and the SoFast Fugitive Task Force. A suspect is in custody after a fatal stabbing of a woman at a Norwood Skyline Chili restaurant. It was apparently the woman's ex-boyfriend. I'm Steve Vaughn.
This report is sponsored by the James Cancer Hospital. The James at Ohio State heard them too. And by giving patient access to clinical studies that help today and shape tomorrow's treatments, there's no better team in the nation to create a cancer-free world.
35 to the 40. Can he pass the kicker? There he goes down the sideline. The 20. 10-5. Touchdown. 75 yards. And the Rams have answered right back.
Join our team as we follow your team.
So here comes Edgewood. Toss from the wing. Yes! And we will have overtime. The Firebirds now up 2-0, getting the job done with small ball.
On your ticket to high school sports, WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
Bienvenidos, amigos. That's how you are welcomed at the area's #1 Latin American foods supermercado y restaurante. And you don't have to speak or understand Spanish to enjoy all that El Gran Valle Verde has to offer. All of your favorite Latin American grocery needs are in stock, and delivery is available too. And if you're not in a cooking mood for groceries, El Gran Valle Verde has a full-service restaurante with all of your favorites. El Gran Valle Verde, nearby in the Hamilton Plaza Shopping Center on Dixie Highway in Hamilton. Nos vemos pronto.
This is a Westwood One Sports Minute.
If 3-time NFL Defensive Player of the Year Aaron Donald indeed comes out of retirement to rejoin the LA Rams, and this defense with Myles Garrett also on the defensive line, this Rams team, the 2026 Rams, will profile, along with the 94 49ers and the 2007 Patriots, as the best teams on paper entering the season and the rightful title favorite. I'm Nick Costos.
You've got better things to do this summer than deal with old appliances. That's why right now at Lowe's, you can still get in on Memorial Day savings and get up to 45% off select major appliances. Plus, get up to an additional 25% off when you bundle select major appliances. It's time to upgrade what's outdated. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 6/3. While supplies last, selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Look around. From the beginning, America was shaped by the wild. But today we're divided, except for our love of wildlife and wild places they and we call home. Out here, there's no left or right. There's only right and wrong. Join Defenders of Wildlife and stand for what's right. Because in our love for what we share, we are closer than you think. Learn more at defenders.org.
Talking to your kids about the dangers of vaping can be hard. Getting them to listen to hot gossip is easy. So here's some drama you could share with your kid. Dude, did you hear about Cassie and Jake? No, but did you hear that vaping can cause irreversible lung damage and nicotine affects brain development? Nuh-uh. You don't need to gossip if you want to have an open conversation about vaping. So if you want to get tips on when and how to talk to your kids, visit talkaboutvaping.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
From the WMOH Weather Center, we will see sunny skies today with a high near 81. Tonight, mostly clear with a low 55. Sunny on Thursday with a high 84. Clear Thursday night with a low near 60. Mostly sunny on Friday with a high 84. Partly cloudy Friday night with a low near 65. And partly sunny Saturday with a chance of showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon. Your high 84.
This is Hugh Hewitt. Join me today at 3 on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
The Chad Benson Show.
It's the world's biggest sporting event, and it's coming to America. It's time to talk World Cup.
Oh, how about that? Laura Pereira hit by Hamas! Oh, what a goal! One of the greats! Sherrier right across to Marco Tardelli! We haven't been able to control the play in midfield the way that Maradona has been able to do. And he's hurting England again here. It's a brilliant run. It's not a big goal, great goal.
Zolo Montiel can win the World Cup for Argentina with this kick.
Yes!
We're getting closer and closer, just 8 days, 7.5 days away. Kickoff to the World Cup. Super pumped, super excited. We're going to break stuff down from top to bottom, top, as we've been doing. We've gone through the brackets, talked about the teams, getting you introduced to the players, the excitement that is coming, the new rules that are coming with some of these games. Super excited. But we're talking to our buddy over here at KRLD in Dallas, Eric Bushman, who's been handling this from the beginning. And Eric, I want to start there from the beginning, because do you remember that first day that you went to cover what was coming, which is the World Cup? And what was that? I mean, what was that like? You're thinking, okay, this seems like it's forever away. Do you remember that first day?
Yes, and it seems like it happened last week, but it wasn't. It was June 11th of 2025 when the FIFA North Texas Organizing Committee for the World Cup decided to hold this big celebration of we are 1 year out. Well, now we're a week out, folks, and, all these different events. And I remember there was like a 3-month out. That's when they announced the what was going to go on for Fan Fest, and they gave a little bit of more detail just recently. It is just insane how fast the time has flown by, and you just hope that everybody is good to go, and you also hope that no more famous local murals are being painted over.
Talking to Eric Bushman from KRLD out there in Dallas. We talk about the World Cup getting closer and closer. You guys have your big Fan Fest coming very soon. The reality is, with the World Cup, Fan Fest is going to be everywhere. Not everybody is doing it well. Dallas is doing it quite well, and I find that to be rather fascinating, how well Dallas is doing Fan Fest comparatively to the others across the country.
Well, the thing that's interesting when you bring up, the Fan Fest and other host cities, this is one thing that I find absolutely fascinating, and I will obviously abbreviate the more well-known phrase since we're talking on radio, but Dallas has its stuff together. And FIFA has said repeatedly, Dallas has its stuff together. And the reason I mention that is because it seems every last detail that they wanted to see happen when it comes to the FIFA Fan Fest locally in the Dallas market, and that's going to be in the city of Dallas. It's going to be at Fair Park, not at the Cotton Bowl, but it's going to be at the Fair Park Pavilion, and they've announced some concerts that are going to be there. If you don't want to go to the concert, you just want to be out there with your buddies, it's free, but you have to go online, get that ticket, and then not pay anything. It's going to be a separate charge if you want to go to the concerts. But anyway, other host cities have had to back off on some of their events, and you haven't seen that at all here. And so I can't remember exactly what host city it was, but I believe it had something to do with funding. And it may have been New York, but they had to pull back on their Fan Fest, and you're just not seeing that in Dallas. This is what we wanted to do, and this is what is going to happen.
I love that. I love that. Talking to Eric Bushman to get ready for the World Cup. He's out there, KRLD. So let's move from the Fan Fest, all this kind of stuff. Let's talk about the rollout of what is going to be a massive security thing. You and I have touched on it, but as it gets closer, I think we're starting to see, drones can't fly within certain areas. The amount of FBI, the federal agents, along with local law enforcement that's going to be out there. And I'm thinking, is this going to be akin to going to, say, the Democratic or Republican National Convention?
Well, I think that's a great comparison. The comparison that they keep talking about, and when I say they, I mean anybody who's, a quote-unquote official, whether it's law enforcement, organizing committee, anyone's talking on an official capacity for this. Everybody compares this to a Super Bowl. And this week, there was a massive law enforcement news conference. The Dallas police chief was there. The Arlington police chief was there. Dallas Fire Rescue chief, the Arlington Fire Department chief, and the special agent in charge of the Dallas FBI field office. And when you put all those people together and a few other, heads, that's an impressive group of people. And they went through all their details. And one of the big things, and this is something that the FBI chief, or not the chief, but the special agent in charge of the Dallas office, Joe Rothrock, he made a point to go over in detail what the FAA released a few days ago when it comes to the restrictions of drones. And the analogy that they like to use is Super Bowl. When you think of security for a Super Bowl, you have a massive stadium that is filled to capacity. You have the players that have international recognition. You have various different major events going on throughout the city so that city can celebrate it. Now, instead of one game, you have, for example, in Dallas, you have 9 of them. And instead of one city, you have in the United States 11 of them. And then you have a total of 16 when you add in what's going on in Canada, what's going on in Mexico. So that is the analogy that they talk about. Imagine what we see as spectators watching on television for the Super Bowl every year, and just times that basically by 104. That's how many different matches there are spread out over the 3 countries. And one of the big things they did talk about were drone activity. You can't fly drones. It is a 3-mile radius around AT&T Stadium, which temporarily is going to be called Dallas Stadium in Arlington. You can't fly a drone. And that also includes up to 3,000 feet above it. FIFA Fan Fest, similar measure. 1-mile radius around Dallas Fair Park. You cannot fly drones, and up to 1,000 feet above it. And there will also be other restrictions for drone activity anywhere there's a team staying in a hotel, where teams are holding their base camps, Czechia in Mansfield and Sweden in Frisco, and then also around other various events, training facilities, what have you. And that is to protect fans, it's to protect players, and it's also to protect critical infrastructure. They don't want, a drone slamming into a power line in a critical area where, this is not a good time for electricity to go out. So they talked about the fines, hundreds of thousands of dollars that they could fine you. You could always face jail time. And then, of course, that really expensive drone that you bought, they're taking it away.
Oh, yeah. Well, I would assume they would take it away.
Right.
Because, again, and not only that, but, somebody cheating. Let's throw that out there. And I know that sounds silly, but we just saw that in Europe where they took a team out of a final because somebody filmed on their iPhone something. And in today's world of cheating, it's you know what? You can't, not only is it potentially terrorism, but somebody trying to get a picture of something, you just, you don't want to lose your $100,000 worth of equipment and go to jail and get fined. That would suck.
Right, and of course, and it's not just cheating. How much is Fox and Telemundo paying for the rights? They don't want anybody having, other different footage of what it's theirs. That rightfully so. I kind of say that and laugh because we work in media, we understand how that works. But it's just there's a lot of X's and O's to cover on this.
Eric, you were talking about Fox and Telemundo. So it is finally opened. The beast that is the giant complex that is I guess it's the starship for all of the broadcast.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny, how we talk about naming rights and we talk about honoring people. Of course, at a convention center, there's not a naming right, but the honor goes to the former senator from Texas, Kay Bailey Hutchison, and obviously we had that big runoff, and John Cornyn's has been forced into retirement, but Kay Bailey Hutchison, who was a senator back in the day, man, she's got to love this. She's still alive, and her name's being all over the place. But yeah, the Kay Bailey Hutchison Convention Center, which is a huge convention center. Basically, it's in between. For those who don't know, it's in between Dallas City Hall and what used to be Reunion Arena, which doesn't exist anymore. Reunion Tower is there now, and all that kind of connects all that area on the southern side of downtown Dallas. And that is going to be the site for the International Broadcast Center. We're talking hundreds of monitors. It is the epicenter for all 16 stadiums, all 16 host cities. FIFA's president was in Dallas to mark the official beginning of it, and it's about 485,000 square feet, which is about 8 football fields. It's going to have studios inside it, different production areas and control rooms, and it's going to be operating around the clock. And every single match, I mentioned earlier that there are a total of 104 with this World Cup, and no World Cup has ever seen this many matches, is going to go through this center and then to be broadcast out to where it needs to go. And this thing is open now, and it will remain open through, obviously, the final, which is July 19th. And the organizing committee had said that it will stay in operation up to about a month, so it will at least be going through the early part of August. And this is the amount of effort that has gone into this, and Dallas wanted this attention. It has it, and it's going to have to put on a great show.
It is going to be exciting. We're about a week out from the kickoff of everything. Last question, the immigration thing. Mark Wayne Mullen comes out. He's talking about it. He's like, look, we're there. We're going to be there to help protect and serve, if you will. We're not there to enforce immigration. But there are nerves out there because, look, let's be real. This is Trump really wanted this. America's got it. This is a great opportunity, along with Canada and Mexico, to host this thing. But with the strife going on in the world of immigration, I can understand why some people are nervous about that. What's your sense out there?
Well, and I appreciate you saying since, because no one really knows. So what I do know is that there is some excellent reporting from ABC out of Los Angeles this week that had said, they are under the impression near SoFi Stadium that, what ICE will be doing will not be enforcing immigration. And they tried to put people's minds at ease. And that has been the case. Perhaps this is going to be similar to when ICE went into airports and to alleviate the situation when you had all the TSA sick-outs during the partial government shutdown where they weren't getting paid. It may be more similar to that, where it's more of a manpower, but you really don't know. I made this comparison, I believe, with you several weeks ago. Let's recall what happened at the last Super Bowl. The Trump administration was threatening a lot of ICE activity leading up to the Super Bowl, and then nothing really happened. So it will be interesting. This is going to be something when it comes to ICE. What's going to happen in that first couple of weeks? Are we going to see a lot of arrests that have to do with immigration, or would arrests be more of crowd control, people getting out of hand, what you would normally see at anything where you're involving thousands of people?
Yeah, I have a feeling it's probably going to be, if anything, the latter, because I think FIFA is kind of, because they've been so kind to Trump, I think they realize this is a big deal. Trump realizes it's a big deal, and he could use a win right now. So I don't think we're going to see a lot of that, but you never know. Eric Bushman, always good to talk to you, brother. We'll talk to you next week as we inch closer and closer to the World Cup.
All right, sounds good, Chad.
There wouldn't be World Cup talk without talking a little bit about the teams. And again, we'll get more into that tomorrow, but all the teams had to be set yesterday. Final teams set in stone, if you will. The oldest player, 43 years old, Craig Gordon, footballer from Scotland. The youngest from Mexico, Gilberto Rafael Mora Zambrano, 17 years young. Plays for Tijuana, will be at the World Cup with Mexico. And I know people are thinking, are they taking him because, it's good experience? He's played 7 games for Mexico. He's played 50 times for Tijuana. They're taking him because he can play. And I have a feeling he will be playing in some of these games. So that's going to be very interesting to see. Man, imagine being, what were you doing at 17? I will tell you, not this. Is what I'm saying. 323-538-2423 at Chad Benson Show. Here's your X, your Insta, and all the other stuff. Coming up, a little urban word of the day. But first, Bulwark Capital. I want you to talk to my good friend over there, Zach Abraham, Chief Investment Officer at Bulwark Capital, about what? What's going on in the world of investments? They're ready to help you with that, and they can. Whether it's your retirement, your investments, you know what Bulwark's all about. Lower risk, lower cost, lower volatility. What can they do to give you the most upside potential? And they can. Simple and easy for you to do. Just get yourself a second set of eyes, a free Know Your Risk portfolio review. Doesn't cost you anything. Worst case scenario is you learn a little something. Best case scenario is you're going to want to learn a little bit more about what it is they do over there. So why don't you do this? Sign up for Bulwark Capital's Know Your Risk portfolio review today. Go to knowyourriskpodcast.com, KNOW riskpodcast.com, or bulwarkcapitalmanagement.com. Investment advisory service offered through Check Financial LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Investment risk not a guarantee. Past performance not guarantee future results. Check 26103. Coming up, Urban Word of the Day, Chad Benson Show.
$2.8 million to study fighting hamsters, $11 million on cat constipation, $2.4 million to see if monkeys gamble. This is how Washington spends your tax dollars, funding absurd studies through U.S. universities. Campus reform is exposing this waste, calling out taxpayer-funded grants that embarrass our institutions. Research dollars should support real progress, medical breakthroughs, innovation, not kitten motion sickness. Thanks to these reports, hundreds of millions in grants have already been canceled. Campus reform will keep shining a light, holding wasteful programs accountable. Visit campusreform.org to stay informed. Restoring truth, correcting bias in education, one story at a time. A series brought to you by the Leadership Institute and Radio America.
This report is sponsored by IBM. As the pace of AI accelerates, CEOs are rethinking how their leadership teams operate, how decisions are made, and how organizations are structured. IBM's annual CEO study shows that adopting new tools is no longer enough. Leaders are actively redesigning decision-making structures, clarifying accountability, and reshaping the C-suite to drive greater business impact. The study found that 76% of organizations now have a chief AI officer, up from 26% a year ago, and nearly two-thirds of CEOs say they are comfortable using AI to help inform major strategic decisions. The study also showed that organizations with an AI-first leadership approach are scaling more AI initiatives than their peers. The message is clear. Success with AI depends not just on technology, but on leadership, governance, and organizations built to adapt. To learn more, visit ibm.com/IBV.
Hey, this is Chad Benson. We'll be right back on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
High school tournament baseball. Installed by AE Door and Window.
Taylor sliding into third, safe. Yes. 3-run triple, Chandler Taylor. And another runner's going to score. Keegan Sawyer with some heads-up base running. Strike three, got him looking. Three-hitter by Caleb Dreesen. And the Baden Rams are your district champions once again.
Thursday, Baden takes on Butler for Division III Regional Championship. Coverage begins Thursday at 1:35 on 1450 The Ticket and on WMOH.com.
Don't get caught letting your furnace or air conditioner break down during temperature extremes. Your system needs to operate efficiently at all times. Butler County Mechanical Services is your dependable neighborhood heating and cooling company, offering reliable 24-hour service 7 days a week. And be sure to ask about their annual maintenance contract. That's Butler County Mechanical Services. Call them for your heating and air conditioning system tune-up or repair.
892-1444. 892-1444.
It's summer savings at AE Door and Window. All through June, get 10% off Summer Space retractable awnings and up to 10% off Provia patio sliders and windows. Save up to 15% off Provia entry doors and Clopay garage doors. Combine and save for another 5% off your total order. Plus, save up to $100 off LiftMaster openers. All with 0 down, 0 interest for 2 years. Learn more at aeDoorSales.com.
We sell the best and service the rest. AE.
My daughter's Aspen. She has stage 4 neuroblastoma. St. Jude is like, it saved us. The financial help given here goes a long way. The research helps, not just here, it reaches the whole world. And St. Jude is a gift. I just want to say thank you.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
We've got a country to save.
Larry Elder.
Have you heard the NFL kerfuffle? No, I'm not talking about Jackson Dart introducing Donald Trump at a campaign rally. I'm talking about the Chicago Bears threatening to move to Indiana because they cannot afford the taxes and the regulations in Illinois. The Indiana Bears? Say it ain't so.
The Larry Elder Show.
Join me weekday evenings at 6 on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
From the WMOH Weather Center, we will see sunny skies today with a high near 81. Mostly clear tonight with a low 55. Sunny on Thursday with a high 84. Thursday night mostly clear with a low 60. On Friday, mostly sunny with a high 84. Partly cloudy Friday night with a low 65. Partly sunny on Saturday with a chance of thunderstorms and a high 84.
WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
Welcome to Chad. No, not the country. The institution. The Chad Benson Show.
All right, it's time to do that thing that we like to do, where we learn slang, we learn words, we learn the vernacular of the youth of America. They tell us things, we go, what? They say things, we say, huh? Just like we did to our parents. The good news is, though, we've got somebody now who can translate. Who's that? It's us. Me. I give you the words. I give you the, if you will, the verbal ammunition to go out there and embarrass your kids, maybe your grandkids, or coworkers. Cringe is what I think the youth calls it. Let's get to it.
Now it's time for the urban word of the day. The young have a vocabulary all their own, and we break it down for you. It's called the urban word of the day.
All right, your urban word of the day today. Unk. U-N-C. Unk. So you know, okay, boomers. We hear that. Okay, boomers. Right, we get that. This is different, but kind of the same. But instead of it being for the boomers, it's more for anybody that a younger Gen Alpha, Gen Z think is old. Like somebody maybe, dare I say, in their 30s or 40s. What? Yes. Yes. So if you hear somebody say unk, know that it's not because you're the cool uncle. It's because they think you're old and they're making fun of you. Oh, man. Yeah, unk, U-N-C, is the urban word of the day.
That was the urban word of the day. Now you know.
Now, I want to preface this. If you're actually somebody's uncle, unk may be a term of endearment. But I like the fact that this is more aimed at, yes, even some millennials and, of course, Gen X. At least we're getting yelled at for something, even though we don't really care. 323-538-2423 at Chad Benson Show is your X, your Insta, YouTube, and everything else right here on the Chad Benson Show. Coming up, hour number 3 of the program. More on the primaries. Touch on that. Got some other fun stuff coming up as well, including your one-hit wonder Wednesday. Iran, what's the latest there? Geopolitical stuff? Maybe we'll have some fun with that. Can you have fun with that? Well, we're just kind of all prognosticating. Just throwing stuff out there because nobody knows what's going on. Because I feel like nobody is essentially driving either of these ships, if you will, that matter. So we'll talk a bit about that. A bunch of other good stuff on the way. Reach out to us across all of our social media. Hour number 3 is straight ahead. This is Chad Benson Show.
This is the Chad Benson Show.
$14.50 The Ticket.
It's the Dana Show.
See, that's why the left hates that term melting pot. They don't want assimilation because they need everyone divided alongside race. The old Marxist tactic was to divide everybody along economic lines. Now the new thing with Marxism, newish since the 60s, late 60s, 70s, is to divide everybody along racial lines.
The Dana Show.
Join me weekdays at noon on WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
Have you recently opened a brand new business and want to get the word out that you're open? Have an existing business and looking to increase profitability? Or are you looking to staff your new or existing business with employees? This is where WMOH Radio can be of help to you. Advertise your business to reach WMOH Radio's local and loyal listeners with your message that your business is open and ready to serve or looking for workers. Give us a call, 513-863-1111, and let us put the power of locally owned and operated 1450 WMOH Radio go to work for you.
This is your ticket to high school sports. WMOH, Hamilton, Fairfield, Westchester, Cincinnati. 1450 The Ticket.
News this hour from Town Hall. I'm Rich Thomason. Bakersfield, California police say a man who had been holding hostages in a bank building since yesterday has been shot dead by the FBI. The man claimed to have a bomb and had been negotiating with police. Tensions flare in the Mideast.
Iran and the United States have again exchanged fire in the Persian Gulf, testing this nominal ceasefire in the Iran war. What we've heard from U.S. military officials is that the Iranians launched ballistic missiles targeting both Kuwait and Bahrain this morning. Now, the U.S. officials say that that fire was either intercepted or broke up over the Persian Gulf, not striking any targets. The Iranians say that they targeted the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet headquarters in Bahrain, as well as a military base in another country they didn't identify.
Correspondent Jonathan Gambrell. He is leading the pack so far. Trump-endorsed Republican Steve Hilton is in the lead in the California gubernatorial primary.
To every single person who voted for me, and every single person who voted in this election, whether you voted for me or not, I am here for you, for every single one of you.
Hilton could face Democrat Javier Becerra in November in the L.A. mayor's contest.
I just want to take a minute to tell you how much I love you so much.
Democrat incumbent Karen Bass leading as the vote count goes on. Spencer Pratt close behind.
I'm going to continue to work hard, learn everything I need to learn, build my teams, show all the experience I'm going to surround myself with.
Primaries in half a dozen states yesterday. The U.S. Supreme Court has spoken. Alabama will be allowed to use a new GOP-friendly congressional map in this year's elections. Britain's Royal Navy says 3 of its members have died. A helicopter crash in southwest England. On Wall Street this morning, stocks deep in the red. The Dow is down almost 400 points. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Spring is here, and if you're staring at a home improvement project, wondering how you're going to pay for it, or looking at a big credit card bill piling up, I want you to know about my friends Mike and Brian and the team at Fellowship Home Loans. For over 20 years, Mike and Brian have been helping families like yours tap into something they already have, equity in their own home. A HELOC, a cash-out refi, a debt consolidation loan to wipe out those high-interest credit cards. Whatever fits your situation, Fellowship Home Loans will build it around you. Everything's done in-house, one roof, one team, all with a servant-led mentality. From your very first phone call to closing, you're going to get people who know your name and treat you like family. I know. I'm a customer. Right now, they're offering a free mortgage checkup, no pressure, just a real look at your options. Go to fellowshiphomeloans.com/Mike G, fellowshiphomeloans.com/Mike G, or call 800-510-MIKE, 800-510-6453. Fellowship Home Loans, mortgage lending by the book.
Nationwide Mortgage Bankers, DBA Fellowship Home Loans, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS number 819382.
1450 WMOH News. I'm Steve Vaughn. A man who stabbed a Butler County Sheriff's deputy after setting his girlfriend's car on fire was sentenced this morning. 42-year-old Philip Lovely of Madison Township was given 8 to 12 years in prison for his attack on Deputy Michael Farthing. Butler County Sheriff Richard Jones is speaking out on the arrest of 2 illegal migrants charged with Monday's shooting in Liberty Township.
I have protesters here at the Butler County Jail. They go to the commissioner's meeting, and they never talk about when people get shot, when they're shooting guns, or they have knives. Well, I'm here today to show you my disgust with what took place, which happens all the time.
Jones says the couple will be deported after they serve prison time if they're convicted. 24-year-old Eric Martin has been arrested in northern Kentucky. The Butler County man is accused of posting nude photos of his ex-husband on social media. I'm Steve Vaughn.
Are you a big fan of billiards, fun, and cold drinks? Formerly Tailgaters, the Rack Room on the west side of Hamilton has a friendly and entertaining staff and large drink selections too. Under new ownership, at the Rack Room, you can play pool, some darts, and enjoy your favorite drinks. On Saturday nights, you'll enjoy a DJ spinning your favorite tunes along with karaoke performances, billiards tournament play, your favorite sports on TV, and so much more. Stop into the Rack Room on Millville Avenue and Ohio Avenue on the west side of Hamilton. Rack 'em up at the Rack Room.
There's no greater pain a parent can suffer than losing a child. And yet, heat stroke deaths in hot cars are on the rise. The temperature inside a vehicle can reach deadly levels in just a few minutes. Leaving windows cracked does not help. These preventable deaths can occur even when the outside temperature is as low as 57 degrees. Never leave your baby or child in a vehicle, even for a short period. And always check the back seat before you get out of the car. Where's baby? Look before you lock. For more information, go to nhtsa.gov/heatstroke.
High school tournament baseball. Installed by A.E. Door and Window.
Taylor sliding into third, safe. Yes. 3-run triple, Chandler Taylor. And another runner's going to score. Keegan Sawyer with some heads-up base running. Strike 3, got him looking. 3-hitter by Caleb Dreesen. And the Baden Rams are your district champions once again.
Thursday, Baden takes on Butler for Division III Regional Championship. Coverage begins Thursday at 1:35 on 1450 The Ticket and on WMOH.com.
From the WMOH Weather Center, we will see sunny skies this afternoon with a high near 81. Mostly clear tonight with a low near 55. Sunny on Thursday with a high 84. Mostly clear Thursday night with a low 60. Sunny on Friday with a high 84, partly cloudy Friday night with a low near 65. And on Saturday, partly sunny with a chance of showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon, high 84.
WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
The Chad Benson Show.
Yesterday, Scott Pelley was canned from 60 Minutes. And it wasn't really a surprise. A lot of stuff's gone on at CBS News over the last several months. Barry Weiss comes in, takes over 60 Minutes, CBS News across the board, settlement with, Trump, all kinds of stuff. And there's definitely been a switch. And people on the right are cheering this on. Good, bias, evil, blah, blah, blah. There's a lot of things going on there. Scott Pelley saying, the same thing. Look, you've come in here with a bias. You won't let us run stories on Gaza. I mean, it's got a pro-Israel slant, et cetera, et cetera. Who's this person you brought in? It was a big thing that went down, and they canned him. Okay. I mean, but something interesting's happening. Okay. And again, there are a lot of things happening that can all be true somewhat.
Yeah, this is like an underwater earthquake at CBS News. It's not going to be visible on TV right away, but this is bound to have many ripple effects and maybe a legal battle. Scott Pelley has been a 60 Minutes correspondent for more than 2 decades, and tonight he was fired by CBS News management one day after he erupted at a staff meeting and said that his current bosses are not qualified for their jobs. Pelley said yesterday that CBS News editor-in-chief Barry Weiss is, quote, murdering 60 Minutes by firing veteran staffers and hiring a former tech reporter named Nick Bilton to run the show. Earlier today, Pelley was called in for a meeting with Bilton and Weiss. It's unclear what happened in the meeting, but a few hours later, in fact, just about a few minutes ago, Pelley received a termination letter, and here's part of what it says. This letter from Bilton says, quote, "You hijacked my first meeting with staff to disparage me, my qualifications, and my intentions with remarkable incivility and contempt." Bilton says he tried to find a way forward, but you made clear you're not interested in such a path. The letter says Pelley has been terminated for cause, which means there will probably be a legal battle. Pelley might lawyer up and try to sue CBS. We'll see what happens. This is incredibly unusual to see a blow-up like this at a major network.
Nah. Right there, that's the potato. One only. Mr. Stelter. The reality is, both can be true. Yeah, she's come in and she's stepped on some toes and she's doing some stuff, and that's kind of, her thing. And she's picked her path. Zero problems with that. Do I think that there's some, potential for some serious way that they're going to kill some stories or run certain stories, editorial bias, that we're not going to get the whole truth? Welcome to the world of modern news. 60 Minutes, beloved, still one of the biggest shows on TV, and that's the other side of it. Side that isn't being talked about. Television. Now, part of this is know your audience, right? But you also want to grow your audience. The issue here is who watches 60 Minutes? I can almost guarantee you 65 plus. Almost guarantee you. Now, online, different. But I can almost guarantee you 65 plus is their audience, as is most television. Now, streaming is different. But you're not streaming that. 60 Minutes is not a streamy thing. Now, I will watch some stuff. I watch 60 Minutes Australia quite a lot, actually. Usually because they got some sort of animal attack going on. Seems to be everything. Yeah, you worried about going outside and putting stuff in your garbage can? Yeah, want to know why? Because of the new poisonous koala. But that's the thing with the modern entertainment world. We've talked about it with AI and what it's doing in the movie industry. I mean, look at the YouTubers this weekend, over the last 2-3 weekends, that have dominated the box office, right? And you can go back to Markiplier, whatever the hell his name was, earlier this year with his movie that was based on his video game / thing he did on YouTube. I mean, people are consuming things in a different way. So, yes, you need to freshen it up. You need some younger blood to bring it in when it comes to freshening up. But then you've got to decide, what am I freshening up? This media over here, which is television, and the audience that's still there. Well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Fix it in another place, maybe. Maybe you fix that online. Have a different kind of 60 minutes. Kids have a short attention span. Do 15 stories in 60 minutes, and then slowly but surely maybe weave them in and out. So there's a lot going on here. But it's more than just the battle of, what she has done. Because I'm sure she's done some stuff that ruffles some feathers. I'm sure she's done some stuff that piss a lot of people off. And yes, some people are saying, well, the the fact is that nobody watches television. Well, no, people do watch TV, but know the audience that's watching television. That audience is much older. They're the ones who are watching TV. Even when they're streaming or they have something like that, they're streaming Hulu, they're streaming Fox, they're doing stuff like that. You have to know the audience. And to expand that tent, to get that tent bigger, you may have to go to other places and try to get people to pay attention in a different way. So I get the battle, and he's making $5 million a year. I'm sure they're going to have to settle with him. And I think he spoke for a lot of people. And, at his, shall I say this, and he's not like he's 160 years old, but at his age, the reality is he's got some money. He can easily go down as the, as look at me, I took one for the team. He's almost 70. He's got some money in there. He's going to be doing all right. But there's a lot more to it than just what is being reported. Speaking of a lot more to it, I don't know if you guys are aware of this. Last night, there was some primaries. California, people still looking at what's going on in California. What's going on in California? Nobody knows what's going on in California, okay? Nobody knows. We're not supposed to know. It'll be days, months, weeks. They may not get back the results of the primaries till after the general election in November. That sometimes happens. I'm being facetious, but it takes a while. So while people are looking, going, did Spencer Pratt, did he qualify? Did he win? Maybe. He's in second. It's a possibility. But they got to count a lot of stuff. And a lot of that stuff is mail-in ballots. And that's going to take some, some patience, if you will. So is it going to happen today? Maybe. Is it going to happen by the weekend? Probably. And Nithia's third. Spencer's second. Karen Bass is the only one who's qualified. Then you've got the race for governor. And the race for governor is, right now, Steve Hilton's ahead. But Tom Steyer's made a little bit of a move. Javier Becerra is second. I have a feeling he'll finish first, and Hilton will finish second. But you don't know with the mail-ins. And this is where people are going to come up and go, see, they're cheating. They're doing all of these kind of things. I see the frustration in that. I do. But Spencer Pratt is so far holding his own, and there's opportunity still in front of him. And the Democrats across the board, this should be the wake-up call. Van Jones talked about it last night. Your empathetic way of governing, where you throw everything aside and just deal with feelings, has caused your state that I was born and raised in, that I love, to become a cesspool. Portland to become a cesspool. Seattle to become whatever it has become. And it is not working. It isn't. And so this should be a wake-up call for more than just California and L.A.
That said, there's a lot of problems that people are upset about. If a reality TV star winds up going head-to-head with Karen Bass, given how unpopular the reality TV star president is, Donald Trump, it just gives you a sense
Trump endorsed reality.
Yeah, exactly. It just gives you a sense of the level of discontent. I think Karen Bass ultimately survives, but it's a wake-up call for the Democratic Party establishment in the state of California that we've got two kind of wild personality types that are probably going to drag us into into a runoff.
Yes. And whose fault is that? That's Karen Bass's fault. That's the city council's fault. That's the state's fault for their insanity. So people are surprised. Why are you surprised? And every time they end up squeaking by or winning, they say, look what happens. No, what you've done is you've got low information voters that you pander to, that you do nothing for. And at the end of the day, they continue to buy from you, even though you don't deserve it. But I think these months in between, he has a chance. And him being a reality TV star which, by the way, his wife was more of a reality TV star, but it should have nothing to do with any of this. You know, because they want to draw a line with him and Trump. As he says, I'm an Angelino. I'm here for everybody. He keeps that attitude, he's got a chance. If indeed, when all is said and done and the votes are counted, it is him. We will find out. Coming up, a lot of stuff to get to. We got a little what's trending straight ahead. On top of that, One Hit Wonder Wednesday. Also, Megyn Kelly was on with Sean Ryan the other day, and it's a long podcast, but I keep telling everybody, we are the exhausted majority, and we were here first, and you know what? It doesn't matter. There is so much room for us, and we're going to continue to make more room because I think we are the future. Play a little bit of that as well. Wmoh steaks, delicious, amazing, incredible, tasty, yummy, all of the things. Right now, get Dad the thing that Dad wants, Omaha steaks. So they've got a Father's Day special going on right now. Let me tell you about this. It is amazing. You're talking about well over 50% off site-wide, and we're talking about fillets wrapped in bacon. We're talking about the best of the best when it comes to burgers. We're talking about the best in Frank's, boneless chicken breasts. Yes, kids, I'm saying it right now, Polynesian pork chops. Do not sleep on those. They're amazing. The best of everything. And when you go and you do this for Dad, not only do you win Father's Day, but also it's a memory. And Dad wants that. He wants time with you. He wants a memory. So save big, 100% unconditional money back guarantee, the best around. Make those memories with Dad from Omaha Steaks. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use code Benson. Top of all that savings, you save $35 at checkout. omahasteaks.com. Code Benson. Terms apply. See site for details. Chad Benson Show. Energy affects inflation, transportation, manufacturing, global markets. Energy touches just about everything. If oil supply disruptions continue, is your current advisor and portfolio prepared? If you're concerned about how energy can impact your retirement, get a second opinion with Bulwark Capital's free Know Your Risk portfolio review. Here's Zach Abraham.
Bulwark Capital is focused on risk management, always looking for opportunities to lower risk, lower costs, and give your retirement as much upside as possible. So why not get a second opinion? It doesn't cost a thing. Schedule your Know Your Risk portfolio review today at knowyourriskpodcast.com.
Plus, unlike other wealth management firms, you can get market updates every day from Zach Abraham on his Know Your Risk podcast, YouTube channel, and on all social media platforms. Just search Know Your Risk Podcast.
Investment advisory services offered through Trek Financial LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Investments involve risk and are not guaranteed. Past performance doesn't guarantee future results. Trek 26103.
High School Tournament Baseball, installed by AE Door and Window.
Taylor sliding into third, safe. Three-run triple, Chandler Taylor. And another runner's going to score. Keegan Sawyer with some heads-up base running. Strike three, got him looking. Three-hitter by Caleb Dreesen. And the Baden Rams are your district champions once again.
Thursday, Baden takes on Butler for Division III Regional Championship. Coverage begins Thursday at 1:35 on 1450 The Ticket. And on WMOH.com.
It's summer savings at AE Door and Window. All through June, get 10% off Summer Space retractable awnings and up to 10% off Provia patio sliders and windows. Save up to 15% off Provia entry doors and Clopay garage doors. Combine and save for another 5% off your total order. Plus, save up to $100 off LipMaster openers. All with zero down, zero interest for 2 years. Learn more at aedoorsales.com.
We sell the best and service the rest. AE.
Play at the plate to throw is in time. He is out of there.
Local business owners, get in on the baseball excitement and let your message be heard. Join the growing number of businesses supporting high school sports on 1450 The Ticket at very affordable rates. Simply contact the WMOH 1450 The Ticket sales office at 863-1111. You are listening, and so are many of your future customers. Let area baseball fans know that you support high school sports on 1450 The Ticket, and they'll support you.
This is Dana Lash. Join me today at noon on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
I can't believe we have to make this commercial.
It's ridiculous.
You'll think it's ridiculous too. Listen to this.
This commercial is about, well, it's about parents being rude at high school athletic events.
Ridiculous, right?
It gets worse. Studies show more than 75% of new high school officials are quitting because of bad adult behavior.
So now there's a shortage of refs here in Ohio, in almost all sports.
No officials means no more games.
Is that what you want for us?
Come on, parents.
It's time to grow up.
Cheer for your team.
Be proud of your children.
But stop being so ridiculous.
And don't make us run another commercial.
Because we will.
This message presented by the Ohio High School Athletic Association and the Ohio Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association, reminding you to always practice good sportsmanship.
For sale, motorcycle, a beauty. You see it, you'll want it. It's for sale because of what I didn't see. The cops. So I got busted for riding drunk. Now I've got some heavy fines and legal bills to pay. So call me. You'll get a great deal, because clearly, I'm an idiot.
Cops are cracking down on drinking and riding all across the country, and they'll see you before you see them. Ride sober or get pulled over.
The Hugh Hewitt Show.
Hi, it's Hugh Hewitt. I am back from a quick trip out to the West Coast, and I will go over with you everything that happened in California in the governor's race, the LA mayoral race. We'll try and tease out of that some lessons about what's ahead. So whatever you do, don't miss the next Hugh Hewitt Show.
He keeps his finger on the pulse in D.C.
The key to the show is news, 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 news. If it's happening, I'll tell you about it.
Hugh Hewitt.
Join me today at 3 on WMOH 1450, The Ticket. Keep that dial to the right.
From the WMOH Weather Center, this afternoon will bring us sunny skies with a high near 81. Clear tonight with a low 55. Sunny on Thursday with a high near 84. Clear Thursday night with a low near 60. Mostly sunny on Friday with a high 84. Partly cloudy Friday night with a low 65. And partly sunny on Saturday with a chance of showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon and a high near 84.
WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
You're listening to The Chad Benson Show.
Now it's time to find out what's trending. What's trending?
Einstein, James Dean, Davy Crockett, Peter Pan, Elvis Presley, Disneyland, Princess Grace, Peyton Place, Trouble in the Suez.
Norway, Oman, Pakistan, Qatar, Russia, Suriname.
Reenact, brass, snap, Lenny, Russian, Lester Bangs, birthday party, cheesecake, jelly bean, boom.
What's trending? All right, let's find out what's trending on this Wednesday, shall we? Start with Yahoo. Number one trending thing in the world of Yahoo, Jill Biden. Jill Biden, the doctor, says she regrets not speaking more about her son Hunter's drug addiction and recovery during her time in the White House. Spencer Pratt, Karen Bass, Scott Pelley. CBS has removed the veteran correspondent following his very public criticism of new leadership. Yeah, that's an interesting thing over there. Very interesting. Watching that thing and what will happen to 60 Minutes from here on out. As times change, that's one thing, but there's a reason that this is taking place. NVIDIA, trending as well, SpaceX. Zach Lon is going to... So here's a guy, this guy right here, Republican businessman, who actually beat the guy that Trump endorsed in Iowa. Does that mean Trump's grip is slipping? No, but moved a little bit more to the center, and Trump came in late for the endorsement. So Iowans are looking at things in a much different way. It's going to be very interesting to watch the way that Iowa plays itself out. Head over to Google, number one trending thing, California election results, Spencer Pratt. Guardians, Yankees, Golden Knights, and Hurricanes last night. First game of the Stanley Cup. Vegas Golden Knights with the win. Oh, my buddy's like, are you watching? I'm like, I can't. I got to focus on the World Cup. He's like, no, you need to watch. I said I would, but I got to focus on the World Cup. I can't serve two masters. There's only so much time. Over finally to Twitter. Number one trending thing is, yes, Karen Bass, Spencer Pratt, Election Day, 323-538-2423 at Chad Benson Show is your X, your Insta, all the other things. Now you know what's trending right here in the magical world of the Chad Benson Show. Empty diesel pumps in Florida spark shortage claims. Steve Hilton, Nancy Pelosi, Thomas Massey, also trending because people wrote Thomas Massey for every Orange County office as a write-in. That's kind of funny. One of the other things trending, Peebo Bryson, the man they called the voice of love, who really became the voice of Disney in a lot of ways with all of his amazing duets he did for, Beauty and the Beast and all of these things. It was those songs, iconic in the day, got a couple Grammys, passed away, age 75. He'd had some issues, had a heart attack 2019 and a stroke a couple days ago, and they confirmed yesterday that he had passed away. But, man, there was a time, and I was telling people, we were talking a bit about this yesterday, there was a time for probably 3 or 4 years, every Disney movie, you knew there was going to be some sort of duet with Peebo Bryson. And he had that smooth voice, and it was one of those things where it always seemed to be the person that he was singing with, Celine Dion, bigger, but he held his own and then some, and then some. 75 years young. A whole new world. All right, coming up, a lot of stuff to get to. A little White Woman, having some fun. White Woman Wednesday. Top of that, One-Hit Wonder Wednesday. Peebo was not a one-hit wonder. These guys were a one-hit wonder, and the song that is very famous doesn't mean what you think it means. Chad Benson Show.
The Chad Benson Show.
Hey, airline travelers, let's say you have a problem and you need to change or cancel an existing airline reservation. What do? Well, Skywatch is a free service that can help anyone with any airline reservation fix it. Whether you want to cancel it, change your dates, or add passengers, we can help fix your airline reservations so you get exactly what you need. We've updated our computer database and now have access to every airline around the globe. So now you can make one phone call regardless of who booked your airline tickets, and we'll change it, cancel it, and fix it for you. We know the insider secrets to fixing reservations that the airlines don't want you to know about. So if you need to cancel, change, or modify an existing airline reservation, call Skywatch right now. It's a free call, so let us fix it for you. 800-419-1964. 800-419-1964. 800-419-1964. That's 800-419-1964.
1450 WMOH News. I'm Steve Vaughn. It's 8 to 12 years in prison for 42-year-old Philip Lovely. The Madison Township man was sentenced for stabbing Butler County Sheriff's Deputy Michael Farthing after setting his girlfriend's car on fire. Butler County Sheriff Richard Jones and a number of deputies and detectives surrounded Farthing in a show of support in the courtroom. Butler County Administrator Judy Boyko says Butler County Probate Court will move back into the historic courthouse on Monday, June 22nd. Crews are finishing repairs from the recent fire that caused water and smoke damage to the building. The Hamilton County Coroner's Office has identified the woman stabbed to death at the Norwood Skyline Tuesday. 27-year-old Alyssa Hill was attacked by her ex-boyfriend. 37-year-old Rick Wright is charged with murder. The Baden Rams baseball team will play Butler High School tomorrow for the Division III Regional Championship. First pitch is 2 p.m. at Miami University. I'm Steve Vaughn.
It's the Dana Show.
Humans have devolved to a point where we are so stupid, we can't even get our own sodies anymore. And then you wonder, why all the talk about aliens and we don't see any of them? I wouldn't want anything to do with this either if I was an alien. I'd be like, bomb it. It's because we are devolving. Idiocracy was a prophecy. All you're going to have is Brondo in the future. That's it.
The Dana Show.
Join me weekdays at noon on WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
Get classroom ready in under 2 years at Cincinnati State. Early childhood education is a high-demand field, and this major helps you step into it quickly. In just 4 semesters in tandem with coursework, you'll complete over 300 hours of hands-on experience through practicum and student teaching in real classrooms. These placements build confidence, connect you with local employers, and often lead directly to job offers. Enroll today. Visit cincinnatistate.edu.
This is a Westwood One Sports Minute.
Last night was bad news for the Carolina Hurricanes, blowing Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final at home despite taking an early 2-0 lead in the first period. And after the game, Hurricanes coach Rod Brind'Amour pointing to all the mistakes that his team made. Meanwhile, John Tortorella has the Vegas Golden Knights playing like a machine, playing mistake-free hockey. I think Vegas will hoist Lord Stanley's Cup. I'm Nick Costos.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us, too, in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Wendy's new Biggie Deals lets you choose whatever you're in the mood for. It's like a music mixing board of deals, and you're the producer. Go with some chill folk music with a JBC in the $4 Biggie Bite snack. Try the drum and bass of deals with a double stack in the $6 Biggie Bag. Or go full-on sandwich symphony with an $8 Biggie Bundle, the grand finale of snacking. And the best part? They all come with napkins. $4, $6, and $8 Biggie Deals how you want them at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
What does VA mean to me?
A place for my daughter to call home, thanks to the VA Home Loan.
A new lease on life. The best healthcare team I've ever had is here at VA.
And education, and the opportunity to open doors I never thought possible with my GI Bill.
The financial support I need to manage the disabilities I developed because of my service.
Get what you earn. Visit choose.va.gov.
Not all veterans are eligible for the type or amount of benefits mentioned here.
I'm Chris Jakimick. I served in the United States Air Force, and I deployed 3 times. Being a veteran, it's interwoven into your DNA, is really the absence of the connection and the purpose that can really drive a lot of veterans to some negative thoughts. For those who are in a suicidal crisis, the window of time to save somebody's life is very short. Our duty is to protect ourselves and protect our families, and one way you can do that is store your weapons safely. Store all your guns securely. Help stop suicide.
Brought to you by End Family Fire and the Ad Council.
High School Tournament Baseball, installed by AE Door and Window.
Swing and a miss. He's fired up. Look at him. Caleb the Animal Dreesen.
Thursday, Baton takes on Butler for Division III Regional Championship. Coverage begins Thursday at 1:35 on 1450 The Ticket.
From the WMOH Weather Center, we will see sunny skies this afternoon with a high near 81. Mostly clear tonight with a low near 55. Sunny on Thursday with a high 84. Mostly clear Thursday night with a low 60. Sunny on Friday with a high 84, partly cloudy Friday night with a low near 65. And on Saturday, partly sunny with a chance of showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon, high 84.
This is Hugh Hewitt. Join me today at 3 on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
The Chad Benson Show.
They're firing missiles at each other. That's not how ceasefires work. Now, I went and double-checked because maybe I'm like, I don't know. Maybe I don't understand ceasefire. But no, I do. They're not supposed to fire at each other. And, of course, we're talking about Iran and us. So yesterday, Iran decided, hey, you know what? Let's go after Kuwait late last night or this morning, depending on where you are. And killed 1, injured 60 with a drone. That was in response to or afterwards because of the U.S. shot a Hellfire missile and hit a oil tanker that supposedly was heading for Karg Island with a Botswana flag on it. And Trump comes out today and does what Trump does. They're never going to get a nuclear weapon. I've talked to the Supreme Leader. He said to me, Trump, you're the greatest president. You know that. You should definitely have a big concert where you host it because you could have played Major League Baseball. But beside that, I don't want a nuclear weapon. And he told me that. That's what he said. The usual stuff with Trump. We'll see. Again, is it having any effect? This is, Trump does a lot of this stuff. And it gets the market to move. And I understand that, right? I get why that happens. But today's a perfect example where you're seeing the more that he does that, the less effect it has on, in particular, things like the oil market. So that's gone up. It's over $100 again. And you're probably paying $110, $120 for the physical. So this is going to start to add up. People recognize that. Now we got good news. Jobs look okay. You know, wages up a smidge. That's good. The problem, though, is if inflation is running away with everything, you know, you get a 5% raise, but inflation's up 7%. I'm just using round numbers here. You're losing 2%. So that's where we are. Take it for what it is. I mean, until there's something done, or it just absolutely explodes, where it's all out, boots on the ground stuff, I think what we're going to have is this continual, you know, smattering of incidents and things of that nature as this thing drags on, because I think Trump is really trying to figure out, can I outweight them? And they're saying the same thing to themselves. And let me tell you something, their economy is in shambles. Now, their economy was already struggling, but this has put a hurting on it in a way that is crazy, that we can't even fathom. But we can't fathom what they were going through before that, even before this incident, or war, or excursion, or kerfuffle, whatever you want to call it. That's where we are in that situation. Meanwhile, jury trial is getting ready to start in Texas. Now, the selection is going on. We could get opening statements as early as tomorrow. This is all to do with Carmelo Anthony and what took place last April with he and Austin Metcalf. So you guys remember the story. Track meet. There is a fight inside of a tent at the track meet. Carmelo Anthony stabs and kills Austin Metcalf. Becomes obviously a big deal. Race plays is race a big part of this? Well, the internet's going to make sure that race is part of it. And so the jury selection is underway. And it's interesting to see how this is going to go when it comes to the jury selection. Because the way that the best, if you will, in the business are saying that this is going to go is much different than you would normally see it in a situation like this. Which is it's very interesting, because first of all, you're trying to make sure you get a fair trial. Number one, does it have to be moved, right? Tempers are high, right? You got emotions everywhere. Does it have to be moved? But then when you get down to the nitty gritty, how do they choose? Because it is a science. And this guy here, right? So this guy here is arguably the best in the business. He has done it for just about every massive trial on the planet. His name is Robert Herschel. He did it for the likes of, whether it was the Oklahoma Bombers and many others. And it's, think of The Bull, the TV show The Bull. That's what this guy is. And he's explaining it's a little bit different the way that they're going to come at it jury-wise here.
So what the defense wants, typically, the defense wants older, pro-Second Amendment, pro-stand your ground, pro-gun jurors. And I think the defense wants men. From the prosecution side, really clear. Young, liberal women. The exact opposite of what prosecutors typically want.
Yes. That's interesting. Right? Very interesting. Because normally prosecutors would want, like you said, progressive young women. Why? Because if you can get progressive young women, you can turn the person that is the perpetrator potentially into the victim and get that. But in Texas, let's look for men, Second Amendment, right? Do everything we can to colorblind everybody, if you will, and make this about a stand your ground. He came into my space. He assaulted me. And because of that, this is what happened. But race, of course, is an issue.
It'd be good for both sides and for this case and for this country if we have a representation of not just white jurors, but black, Hispanic, Asian jurors. However many people of color are on the jury, the better for everybody.
We'll find out if that happens. Again, tomorrow, opening statements. We'll see what that's like. If they get the jury they want, or if they're going to have to, because there was 600 jurors, and I got them down, I think, to 200 yesterday, and we'll see what it's like today. And if they're going to, are they going to try to move the case? But in theory, everything should be done today, and opening statements tomorrow. And there's a lot of noise out there about, racism. This kid got out. This other kid, right? His twins holding him as he dies in his arms. Austin Metcalf's twins holding him. And, the dad originally came out and said, we need to forgive him. We don't need all this kind of stuff. And then it just got ugly. And the internet is always thankful that it's ugly because the algorithm's working then in their mind. Again, nobody wins in this at all. Nobody does. But this is going to be a very visible case going forward because of the issue of race. And did a black kid go out there to kill a white kid? Did the black kid say, hey, Carmelo Anthony, this guy called me the N-word and attacked me. I had every right to defend myself. That's the way they're going to play it. As you would as a defense attorney. And bring that race into it. And they're going to say it had nothing to do with race. This guy was looking to pick a fight. He's got a history of issues like this. Showed up. They got into a verbal spat. And his first thing that he decided to do after the spat seemed to have died down was go get his knife and attack. It was not about defense at that point. It was about offense. Ooh. I know it's and this is on the heels of we talked about in the first hour of what took place in England, which again is getting huge news finally over here. Over what? Race. You had a young kid, Henry Novak, who gets stabbed. And he gets arrested while he's on the ground. He bleeds out and dies. And they arrest him for racism and assault, only to find out none of that was true because the person he quote-unquote assaulted, a Sikh, said he ripped off his turban and punched him in the eye and said racial things to him, which was all a lie. Well, he was sentenced to 21 years to life. Now you get the fight over the two-tiered justice system over there. So race is out there, but so much of it is based on algorithms looking to separate, because the more that happens, the more that people pay attention, because anger sells better than anything, especially on the internet. 323-538-2423 at Chad Benson Show. That is your X, Insta, and everything else. Coming up, we got a little one-hit wonder. Good one today. When are they bad? Never. Never. And speaking of race, this has a little bit to do with it, even though that really wasn't what it was supposed to be about. We'll talk about that. First, Relief Factor. Incredible. Amazing. I take it every single day. Helps me when it comes to aches and pains in my joints, in my muscles. It works. Naturally formulated. You can take it every single day. It's not addictive. And it focuses on the pathway where you would find inflammation. Because inflammation, that's the real key right there. Right? When you have serious issues with inflammation, you're going to have aches and pains in your joints and your muscles. This fights that. And like I said, you can take it every single day. 3-week quick start is going to cost you $19.95. Like I say, I take it every single day. I feel great, working out more, doing my thing. Thank you, Relief Factor. How do you get it? You go to relieffactor.com, relieffactor.com, or call 800-4-RELIEF. 800, the number 4-RELIEF, just $19.95 for a 3-week quick start. relieffactor.com, 800-4-RELIEF for Relief Factor. One Hit Wonder Wednesday, straight ahead, Chad Benson Show.
This is your Check It Out Minute with Mark Saltzman.
How we pay for goods and services online and at retail is evolving, fusing convenience with security. Visa's Mark Nelson, head of consumer payment products, says Visa recently announced 7 new and exciting technologies. Mark shared a couple with me here.
But we've introduced a flexible credential whereby A single card can be what you want it to be depending on the transaction type. We've also introduced this concept of a passkey, and it's all around how do we make payments safer and easier to use online. We also announced this thing called a data token, which allows the customer to get a little bit more control in terms of where they want to share their data. So if they want to share data with a third party, it can enable a better shopping experience all through AI. And it's a way in which the consumers can have a little bit more control over who they share their data with.
More info is at visa.com. That's simply visa.com.
That was your Check It Out Minute.
This report is sponsored by IBM. As the pace of AI accelerates, CEOs are rethinking how their leadership teams operate, how decisions are made, and how organizations are structured. IBM's annual CEO study shows that adopting new tools is no longer enough. Leaders are actively redesigning decision-making structures, clarifying accountability, and reshaping the C-suite to drive greater business impact. The study found that 76% of organizations now have a chief AI officer, up from 26% a year ago, and nearly two-thirds of CEOs say they are comfortable using AI to help inform major strategic decisions. The study also showed that organizations with an AI-first leadership approach are scaling more AI initiatives than their peers. The message is clear. Success with AI depends not just on technology, but on leadership, governance, and organizations built to adapt. To learn more, visit ibm.com/IBV.
Hey, this is Chad Benson. We'll be right back on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
It's the Dana Show.
Not everybody can be a ballerina or a fast runner or the valedictorian because nobody can be good at all the things. There have to be losers. That's how the world works. But now, even losing or loser or didn't come in first place is considered too harsh because we've coddled society into thinking that not getting the outcome or treatment that we want is oppression.
The Dana Show.
Join me weekdays at noon on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
At Bigby, we know it's more than a bagel. It's love at first bite. Cue the fireworks. Bigby makes it better. Whew. At Bigby, we know it's more than a matcha latte. It's your midday MVP. You got this. Bigby makes it better.
Your local Bigby Coffee, 2874 Joseph Drive, right off of Princeton Road near Bridgewater Falls in Fairfield Township.
Making memories with your family is what truly makes a house a home. Riley's Furniture will help you get it done right and get you back to what really matters. With friendly, no-pressured experts, price matching, plus easy custom orders and returns, Riley's makes your shopping experience hassle-free and worry-free from start to finish. When you need furniture, trust our family business with your family's needs. Come see us at Riley's Furniture and Mattress in Monroe, Ohio, treating you like family since 1970.
Riley's Furniture, State Route 63 at I-75 in Monroe.
My friend Ed Larkin, the good folks at Rose Automotive, have a big announcement to make. They are now the proud owners of Larkin Cobb Chevrolet Buick GMC in Eaton, Ohio. Larkin Cobb can handle all your Chevrolet, Buick, and GMC needs. Go see my friends at 500 East Main Street in downtown Eaton, a short drive from Dayton, Cincinnati, and Richmond, Indiana. My friends from Rose Automotive are thrilled to be serving the Eaton market and can't wait to help you into your next Chevrolet, Buick, or GMC. Larkin Cobb, drive the extra 20 to save plenty.
This is your ticket to high school football.
Quarterback keeper, he goes into the end zone. Touchdown. Cougars are in. Nice run there by Carter Breedlove.
Basketball.
Trying to take it to the bucket. Best defender off the window and good. We have a new all-time scoring leader for the Lady Rams, Braylon Even.
And baseball.
1 ball, 2 strikes. And the pitch swung on a miss. He got it. Noah Bramble has thrown a no-hitter for Lakota West.
WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
From the WMOH Weather Center this afternoon, we'll bring us sunny skies with a high near 81. Clear tonight with a low 55. Sunny on Thursday with a high near 84. Clear Thursday night with a low near 60. Mostly sunny on Friday with a high 84. Partly cloudy Friday night with a low 65. And partly sunny on Saturday with a chance of showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon and a high near 84.
This is Hugh Hewitt. Join me today at 3 on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
Hashtag me too. Hashtag immigration reforms. Hashtag help. I'm trapped in a hashtag factory and I can't get out. The Chad Benson Show.
All righty. Wrap up the show as we do every single Wednesday. We have a little fun, a little one-hit wonder Wednesdays where some of you send me some suggestions, and sometimes I take them, and sometimes I don't. This is one of those ones. I've got a lot of people have sent me this over the last several months, and I thought I'm going to do it today. It's a song that makes you go, what? I love it. But it's also a song that's culturally insensitive today, and arguably, I would say, the most understood, not line, but the most understood one-hit wonder we've ever done on this segment. So, shall we get to it, baby? Now it's time for another edition of One Hit Wonder Wednesday. You may not remember the name of the band. Ho, ho, it's magic. But you definitely know the song. Come, my lady, come, my lady, you're my butterfly. This is One Hit Wonder Wednesday. All right, today's One Hit Wonder comes from a British band. That's right, a British band. In 1980. The band was called The Vapors. Ooh. Some of you are listening right now thinking, oh, I know what you're going to do right now. The album was called New Clear Days. Songwriter was called David Fenton. Produced by Vic Coppersmith and Heaven, who at the time were huge in the mod world with The Jam, among other things. Paul Weller, mate. The song peaked at number 36 here, but was number 3 in the UK, number 1 in Australia. Globally, it was massive. Why it was big here was because of MTV. It was one of the early videos, and I'm talking about one of the first 200 videos ever played, and it got into heavy rotation. But for years, this song has been, how should we say this, misunderstood is probably the best way to describe it. Your one-hit wonder today, from the year 1980, the band is called The Vapors. So cool. You go back and you look at like the Jam, and then you go look at the Vapors. You're like, oh yeah, you guys were more mod than anything else. I like that. Let me know if you've got a one-hit wonder suggestion. We'll try to get it on as best that we can. 323-538-2423 at Chad Benson Show. That is your X, your Insta, and your YouTube. We're going to try to go live tonight. It's been one of those weeks. The family's still here. They're getting ready to head back to Arizona for a couple months. So the studio has been very busy with little folks and whatnot running around. So maybe if we can, we'll get to it tonight. Appreciate it, though. Every time you guys like and subscribe helps us out on the Chad Benson Show. Solid fun show today as we wrap it up on this Wednesday. Talks about the primaries. The primaries. California, what are you going to do with yourself? Also, Iran, what is next there? It's almost like the point now where people aren't even paying attention that we're at some sort of weird conflict war thing because nobody believes anything anybody says. And that's understandable. Closer to the World Cup. Talked about that today. Of course, One Hit Wonder, White Woman Wednesday, and all the other good things. You guys, and I'm talking to you and you and you and you, but not so much you, have a blessed and amazing rest of your Wednesday. We got you over the hump, and we will do it again tomorrow. As always, Night Night Jack.
This is the
1450 The Ticket.
Take a step back in time at Venice Pavilion Antiques in the center of Ross. Browse their new gallery with artwork from the past and area artists such as Robert Fabe and Frank McElwain. Step into the Stardust Room for all types of treasures and listen to music from antique player pianos. You will find lots of baseball memorabilia and spring decor galore. Leave the hustle and bustle behind. For a relaxing shopping experience, visit Venice Pavilion Antiques. Open every day from 10 till 6. Located where State Route 128 meets State Route 126 in the heart of Ross.
More than 200 members of Congress are standing up for AM radio listeners. The AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act will keep AM radio in cars because when cell and internet services are down, this free service could be your only lifeline. Text AM to 39179. Tell Congress to pass this critical legislation now.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month, and you may text STOP to stop.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
This is your ticket to Miami University Sports. WMOH, Hamilton, Fairfield, Westchester, Cincinnati. 1450 The Ticket.
This hour from Town Hall, I'm John Scott. Iran blames the newest flurry of attacks between them and the United States on the U.S. military.
The Iranians blame this on the Americans firing a missile into an empty oil tanker that was trying to break a U.S. blockade on Iran. Iran is trying to get all these empty oil tankers back because they're still trying to produce oil, but they're having to slow down the flow because they have nowhere to stick it. They're onshore as well as offshore facilities that have been trying to take this oil in are filling up rapidly.
That's correspondent John Gambrell. In California, voting on Tuesday in Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass secured enough votes to make the November runoff, but it was unclear who her opponent will be. In the race to succeed term-limited Governor Gavin Newsom, Republican Steve Hilton, and Democrat former U.S. Health and Human Services Secretary Xavier Becerra are taking an early lead over dozens of opponents. Under California's top 2 primary system, the 2 candidates with the most votes will move on to the November general election regardless of party affiliation. The U.S. wants to impose new tariffs on dozens of trading partners.
The Trump administration is proposing 10% tariffs or more on products from dozens of major trading partners to address the importation of goods made with forced labor. A report by the U.S. Trade Representative says Canada, Mexico, Taiwan, the United Kingdom, and some other countries and territories would face 10% additional tariffs for allegedly failing to enforce a forced labor import ban. A 12.5% additional tariff would be imposed on China, Japan, India, South Korea, Brazil, and dozens of other countries. The new tariffs would not take effect immediately and are subject to public comment and review. Donna Warder, Washington.
More on these stories from townhall.com.
Health insurance rates are surging in America, leaving millions without affordable options. If you're sick of having paychecks eaten up by healthcare costs or dealing with mega corporations, then listen to this. Christians don't need to waste money on a broken system. That's why I want to tell you about Christian Healthcare Ministries. It's an alternative to traditional health insurance at half the cost. With CHM, fellow believers contribute monthly to help pay each other's medical bills. There's no enrollment period, so you can join anytime. And you aren't restricted to provider networks, so you choose the doctors and hospitals you want. It's that simple. CHM is not insurance. It's a ministry that puts faith into action. Feel the difference of financial support and biblical care from fellow believers. Join CHM today by visiting chministries.org/wellness. That's chministries.org/wellness.
1450 WMOH News. I'm Steve Vaughn.
Here we go again.
Butler County Sheriff Richard Jones reacting after 2 illegal migrants were arrested for Monday's shooting in Liberty Township.
The same old thing I've been talking about for years. Illegal aliens coming into our country. Illegal aliens coming into our county. Coming into our cities. And here we have it again. We had someone shot.
Jones says the protesters at his jail never talk about the violence. The Butler County Sheriff's Office has arrested a man who allegedly used revenge porn against his estranged husband. A release from the Sheriff's Office says 24-year-old Eric Barton put nude photos of his ex on social media. He was arrested in Falmouth, Kentucky by Butler County deputies and the So Fast Fugitive Task Force. A suspect is in custody after a fatal stabbing of a woman at a Norwood Skyline Chili restaurant. It was apparently the woman's ex-boyfriend. I'm Steve Vaughn.
Richard's Pizza. Honey, what are we going to eat after the game tonight?
How about Richard's Pizza?
Richard's Pizza. One of their new fresh salads for you, a famous Italian steak sandwich for me, and a piping hot pizza for the kids.
Sounds like a plan.
Richard's Pizza has 4 convenient locations in Butler County: Trenton, Monroe, Fairfield, and Hamilton.
Richard's Pizza. Great taste since 1955. Richard's Pizza.
Bienvenidos, amigos. That's how you are welcomed at the area's #1 Latin American foods supermercado y restaurante. And you don't have to speak or understand Spanish to enjoy all that El Gran Valle Verde has to offer. All of your favorite Latin American grocery needs are in stock, and delivery is available too. And if you're not in a cooking mood for groceries, El Gran Valle Verde has a full-service restaurante with all of your favorites. El Gran Valle Verde, nearby in the Hamilton Plaza Shopping Center on Dixie Highway in Hamilton. Nos vemos pronto.
High School Tournament Baseball, installed by AE Door and Window.
Taylor sliding into third, safe. Yes. 3-run triple, Chandler Taylor. And another runner's going to score. Keegan Sawyer with some heads-up base running. Strike 3, got him looking. 3-hitter by Caleb Dreesen. And the Baden Rams are your district champions once again.
Thursday, Baden takes on Butler for Division III Regional Championship. Coverage begins Thursday at 1:35 on 1450 The Ticket. And on WMOH.com.
From the WMOH Weather Center, we will see sunny skies this afternoon with a high near 81. Mostly clear tonight with a low near 55. Sunny on Thursday with a high 84. Mostly clear Thursday night with a low 60. Sunny on Friday with a high 84, partly cloudy Friday night with a low near 65. And on Saturday, partly sunny with a chance of showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon, high 84.
WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
I think we just need to send a bunch of Southern women with flip-flops over there and make them all go cut their own switches. Jiminy Christmas. If you send a bunch of Nanas and Gigi's over there and Mimi's, holy crow. Why do people get the suburbs so much nonsense? Because they're amazing. There's grocery stores everywhere, and they're not like the grocery stores that are in the city that only sell like wine and cheese for single cat ladies.
The Dana Show with Dana Lash.
Venezuela was a big success. Iran's a big success. Where you see it, and that'll be a very big success. We've essentially defeated the military. We'll see what happens. We're working on a deal. And if that happens, fine. If it doesn't happen, that's okay, too. We'll do it the other way. Iran has no Navy. They have no Air Force. They have very few soldiers. They have no leadership. The leadership, I mean, The original leadership is wiped out. As I said, the second leadership is wiped out. Some of the third leadership is wiped out. Their economy is crashing. They have 250% inflation. They have everything that you can have that's bad, they have. And then if you read the New York Times, you think they're doing fantastically. It's amazing. We don't have very much inflation. Look, if you take away just the price of gasoline, the energy, we have very little inflation. We're doing very well other than this. So, but that's a big puller, energy and gasoline and all. That's a big factor.
People feel it.
So it's it's a very important thing, item. And that'll start coming down very rapidly as soon as this ends. When it ends, but what we will have is we'll have a situation where Iran will not have a nuclear weapon.
Yes.
And that's really more important than all of it. We want low gas. I had it down to $1.85 a gallon. Think of it, $1.85 in Iowa. I was in Iowa just before the war started. And I had it down to $1.85 a gallon in various parts of the country. And it'll be back there again at some point in the probably not too distant future. I think as soon as it ends, it's going to come. It's already, by the way, it's already way down.
Messaging that more.
I mean, I saw it the other day. It's $98 a barrel.
Yeah.
He's got to start messaging that more. It's going to count. But this was a wild interview and nobody's talking about it today, which I thought, I don't know why, but nobody's talking about this interview. He was asked about the call that he had with Netanyahu. And we were saying that we knew he had a call because they confirmed that they had a call, but I think what everybody was wondering was the language, because it seemed like the readout was highly politicized, which it was, and I still think it was. But what POTUS was saying here is that, what he's saying is that, they did have a tense call. I don't think that he was cussing at him. That's what I'd take exception with. And I think that's what the White House was kind of alluding to as well. But they had a tense call, and it was about Lebanon. And I swear to high heaven, I'm so damn tired of talking about these rat bastards that are over there in the sand, Hezbollah, Hamas, all these goat fornicators. Every problem that we have in the world has been traced back to a Bronze Age cult that thinks that completely subjugating women and beheading all infidels is the way to go. And I don't know about you, but I'm so damn tired of talking about it. And I really wish that people who maybe weren't alive on 9/11 would kind of get with the program and see where we are, because, I mean, it's nuts at this point. It truly is. Welcome to the radio program. Dana Lash with you. We're at the top of this first hour. Not a lot happening today. Honestly, we're just going over some of the stuff that there really isn't. We got some guests for you today. My friend Dave Rubin will join later on in the program. He's got some stuff, I guess, going on. We're also going to get into the insane story of Harry Novak over in the UK. This is a hard one. That's a hard story. So I don't know, man. That's a difficult story. So we're going to dive into all of that and more. But anyway, the this audio soundbite here that we are discussing, this audio soundbite is not getting any play, and I don't know why. Why is it not getting? I didn't see it anywhere today, Kane. Did I miss anything?
Yeah, this interview as a whole.
Actually. No, just that's but that soundbite in particular.
Are you? Oh, you mean President Trump on?
Yeah, where he's talking about that call.
We do have cut 17 if you want to hear it from.
Yeah, that's what I thought we were. Yeah. Play that.
Axios reported that you had a phone call with Bibi Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, in which you were angry with him. You said, "Are you effing crazy? What are you effing doing? I helped you stay out of jail." Is that true? Did you speak to him in those terms?
I did. I wouldn't say angry. I was a little bit perturbed at his constantly fighting with Lebanon. At some point I said, Bibi, we got to stop this. We got to stop it.
He's perturbed. He was perturbed. I think we all kind of are at this point. He was perturbed, and so that's why. For this also, I think, completely destroys the argument that some of these people have that Israel is the one that is calling the shots for the United States. I said that yesterday. I'm saying it again today. But this is going to get dragged out. And I'm going to be honest with you. Trump needs to tell them to pound sand, because the problem isn't because of the Israel's response to Hezbollah in Lebanon. The problem is that Hezbollah won't stop bombing people. Dear God, how many times do we got to explain this? For the Sean Ryans of the world, how many times do we have to sit here for the people on the little bus and explain this? Is it that damn difficult? Don't bomb your neighbors and you don't get bombed in return. But this is all going to, and you know what they're setting? Look, I'm going to tell you, he's been very good on this thus far, but he needs to not get spun out and get distracted. And it happened because those ridiculous people that call themselves the country of Pakistan got involved and decided to, at Iran's behest, I wrote about this, we talked about it yesterday, and they decided that they were going to speak for Lebanon, and they demanded that Lebanon be part of the ceasefire. Lebanon was not part of these discussions at all whatsoever. Now here we are, how many weeks later, and we're all going through like it was all supposed to be considered part of the ceasefire in the first place. Am I the only one noticing this, that now it's just sort of fait accompli, and they think that it's just part of it, and now it could threaten to drag everything down? That was by design. None of this has been in good faith. This has all been by design for this purpose. Now, we're going to talk about this more, but I also have to get into this story of what's happening in New Jersey. This is crazy. Kane, if I would have asked you on September 12th, 2001, if you would have ever thought that at any point someone that was colluding with the blind sheikh and the people that were conspiring to take down the World Trade Center towers, if I would have told you that they would have been selected by the Democrat Party for their House primary for the 12th Democratic, for their district in New Jersey, would you think would you believe me?
No. I mean, not even a little bit, because Democrats then were speaking like Trump now. If people go back in time and see what Democrats were saying on the House floor, in public, in hearings, you would hear all the talk about immigration and things like that. That is exactly what the right's position is today. Yeah. No one's moved their position but the left.
This is one of the two stories that I have for you today where I'm just like, bomb and kill everything. Let's just blow everything up and let the Lord sort it all out. This is one of the stories where that's where I am. So if you're unfamiliar with this, Democrats nominated this guy. He was and I have this, if you get the newsletter, this is in your Substack as well. This is why you should subscribe to this, because you get all this stuff. But the guy, as insane as it is, he was a witness for the defense for the World Trade Center bomber, and he worked with an Al-Qaeda front group. I don't know. Adam Hamaway, he lied in court to protect the blind sheikh who was indicted in the first World Trade Center bombing, the 1993 World Trade Center bombing. He served terrorists as a translator. He was a witness for defense in the first New York City World Trade Center bombing. Then he went overseas to join an Al-Qaeda front group. And now he is an actual front runner. Now he won the Democrat primary. He won the Democrat primary in New Jersey. This guy. I am without, dude. They call him, I mean, he's been called a blind sheikh sympathizer. Here's how some of these other press. Oh, he's a medical doctor with a controversial past. Controversial past, you say? Why was it controversial? Oh, well, because he literally worked for Al-Qaeda. Plastic surgeon. He was a witness for defense for the blind sheikh. Right? He was worked with terrorist groups. Yep. And by the way, at the time, the blind sheikh was a notorious jihadi. Everybody knew him. He was permitted to relocate into the United States like in the 90s. And then they gave him a tourist visa, gave him a green card. The whole thing was nuts. So this guy, this Adam, he is now the candidate. This is, wow. We keep saying, well, at least, look at the UK. It's so bad. It's happening here. Like, it's a third of the way to that point. We are not far behind the UK. We are not far behind them at all. But this guy, yes, he does kind of have a controversial past. Oh, controversial past. Republicans pounce. That's a headline, too. You knew that was a headline. Republicans pounce. You got to be kidding me. But this is wild. But AIPAC, though, right? So he's he literally is a close dear friend of the Blind Sheikh. And the Blind Sheikh issued a fatwa, by the way, in the U.S. that says it was lawful to rob banks and kill Jews and infidels in the U.S. He said that Americans are descendants of apes and pigs. This is the guy who's very close to now this congressional candidate there. Thoughts, everybody?
Have times changed?
Have they? I'm saying. So there's a lot of stuff there's a lot of weird things that are happening. I haven't even gotten into this Harry Novick story. And then the Canadian euthanasia story. We're going to get into that. Also, CBS having a civil war. Scott Pelley was fired yesterday because he decided to get in the face of his new boss. And he told the newsroom, they had a meeting with their news team. And he apparently was lecturing everyone. Now, he's never served, but he goes, I was in combat in Afghanistan, because he was there as a reporter. And he was like, I was in combat in Iraq. And the way that he was telling everybody this in the newsroom was as though he served himself, not just that he was there as a reporter, probably trying to malign the missions. And he says, I've been into combat in Ukraine. And he was telling them all this stuff. Got into the face of the new producer that was hired, went off on Barry Weiss, who's now running the news division of CBS, and then is shocked when he gets fired. This guy has an ego that his body of work cannot uphold. We're going to dive into that as well. We got a lot coming as we grow through, and we have on the way our headlines, our partners that bring you the program. It's the folks over at Relief Factor. You guys are very familiar with Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free way to deal with the aches and pains that you don't have to live with, right? You don't have to live with us. Relief Factor says that they've had countless testimonials from real life Relief Factor customers who were tired of just living with it, people who thought stiffness and aches and inflammation were just part of getting older until they found something that helped them feel like themselves again. They add that everyday aches and inflammation can quietly chip away at your freedom, affecting how you move, work, and live your life. So basically the bottom line is this. Relief Factor is not a temporary fix. It works from the inside out to support your body's natural response to pain. It gets you back to just living comfortably, right? 100% drug-free, research-based formula designed to fight inflammation, which is the root cause of most pain. And you can declare your independence from pain with Relief Factor. Try the 3-week quick start today for just $19.95. Visit ReliefFactor.com or call 800-4-RELIEF. That's ReliefFactor.com or 800-4-RELIEF. So I used to think that a mattress was, it's just furniture. But the first night that I slept on my ghost bed, I was like, this is what sleep is supposed to feel like. It was instantly comfortable. There's no adjustment. It's no, I'll break it in and get used to it. I mean, you can tell right away. The quality is just different. The material felt better. I had an old, bougie, super expensive mattress, and this thing makes it look like great value. I hated that old mattress so much, I would have burned it in my backyard. But Ghost Bed doesn't make mattresses like furniture. They make them like performance sleep systems. So this is about recovery and support and real comfort, and they're American made and family owned and operated. So that makes me feel better because, you know, what I'm sleeping on every night is created by family business. So you even get 101 nights to try it at home yourself, risk free. And if you don't feel the difference, you can just send it right back. Visit ghostbed.com/Dana and use promo code Dana. And right now they're offering their lowest prices of the season. Plus you get an extra 10% off site wide. That's ghostbed.com/Dana, promo code.
The Hugh Hewitt Show.
Hi, it's Hugh Hewitt. I am back from a quick trip out to the West Coast, and I will go over with you everything that happened in California in the governor's race, the LA mayoral race. We'll try and tease out of that some lessons about what's ahead. So whatever you do, don't miss the next Hugh Hewitt Show.
He keeps his finger on the pulse in D.C.
The key to the show is news, 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 news. If it's happening, I'll tell you about it.
Hugh Hewitt.
Join me today at 3 on WMOH 1450, The Ticket. Keep that dial to the right.
It's summer savings at AE Door and Window. All through June, get 10% off Summer Space retractable awnings and up to 10% off Provia patio sliders and windows. Save up to 15% off Provia entry doors and Clopay garage doors. Combine and save for another 5% off your total order. Plus, save up to $100 off LiftMaster openers. All with 0 down, 0 interest for 2 years. Learn more at aedoorsales.com.
We sell the best and service the rest. AE.
Go-to pitch. Swung on a miss. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night.
Local business owners, get in on the baseball excitement and let your message be heard. Join the growing number of businesses supporting high school sports on $14.50 The Ticket at very affordable rates. Simply contact the WMOH $14.50 The Ticket sales office at 863-1111. You are listening, and so are many of your future customers. Let area baseball fans know that you support high school sports on $14.50 The Ticket, and they'll support you.
This is Dana Lash. We'll be right back on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
And we're live here outside the Perez family home, just waiting for the... And there they go. Almost on time this morning. Mom is coming out the front door strong with a double-arm kid carry. Looks like Dad has the bags. Daughter is bringing up the rear. Oh, but the diaper bag wasn't closed. Diapers and toys are everywhere. Ooh, but Mom has just nailed the perfect car seat buckle for the toddler. And now the eldest daughter, who looks to be about 9 or 10, has secured herself in the booster seat. Dad zips the bag closed, and they're off. But looks like Mom doesn't realize her coffee cup is still on the roof of the car. And there it goes. Oh, that's a shame. That mug was a fam favorite.
Don't sweat the small stuff. Just nail the big stuff. Like making sure your kids are buckled correctly in the right seat for their age and size. Learn more at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
Visit nhtsa.gov/the
right seat. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Did you know that driving under the influence of marijuana is illegal? Driving high will get you a DUI. And if you're wondering if law enforcement can tell you're driving high, well, everyone else can. Friends?
I can tell you drove high.
Parents?
I can tell when you drive high.
Relatives?
I can tell. You drove here high, didn't you?
So what makes you think law enforcement can't?
I can tell.
If you feel different, you drive different. Drive high, get a DUI. Paid for by NHTSA.
High School Tournament Baseball, installed by AE Door and Window.
Taylor sliding into third, safe. Three-run triple, Chandler Taylor. And another runner's going to score. Keegan Sawyer with some heads-up base running. Strike three, got him looking. Three-hitter by Caleb Dreesen. And the Baden Rams are your district champions once again.
Thursday, Baden takes on Butler for Division III Regional Championship. Coverage begins Thursday at 1:35 on 1450 The Ticket and on WMOH.com.
From the WMOH Weather Center, this afternoon will bring us sunny skies with a high near 81. Clear tonight with a low 55. Sunny on Thursday with a high near 84. Clear Thursday night with a low near 60. Mostly sunny on Friday with a high 84. Partly cloudy Friday night with a low 65. And partly sunny on Saturday with a chance of showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon and a high near 84.
Now, back to Dana Lash on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
And now, all of the news you would probably miss. It's time for Dana's Quick Five.
So apparently the mystery is deepening over King Tut's alien glass after this reported stunning discovery. This from just some British publication, because I hate them and I'm not going to mention them. It was mysterious alien glass in northern Africa. It's uncovered new clues about the violent event. Blah, 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 blah. Libyan desert glass, right? It's scattered around Egypt and Libya. That's why it's called Libyan desert glass. And they think it formed during an extreme cosmic event about 29 million years ago. Blah, blah, blah. It's a rare zircon structure hidden inside the glass that formed after the mineral completely melted and rapidly crystallized again. So it suggests that the glass was exposed to temperatures exceeding well over 4,000 degrees Fahrenheit, hot enough to melt this very durable mineral. So they think that the crystal preserved a microscopic record of that event. And they cannot figure, nor can they agree about theories even on what happened. Some think that it was an asteroid. Some say a space rock exploded in the atmosphere. But it's very, very interesting. And it's apparently they like use some of it in jewelry. That's very crazy. So anyway, interesting. Black Crowes, I'm going to come back to this. Black Crow singer, I don't know why he just can't. Don't sit here and act like you're a hippie when you act like a meth head, like a tweaked out meth head. So they had their show. This was a couple of days ago. They had their show, and then they had like a thing of Uncle Sam projected behind them when they were on stage. And their lead singer, who's Kate Hudson's ex-husband, Chris Robinson, got real mad because people saw the Uncle Sam character and started chanting USA. And he began attacking his audience. And he said that, he goes, yeah, thanks for the geography lesson. And he said, you know, that he doesn't understand what they have to be so proud of right now. And then he goes, for those of you booing us, we're not afraid. Wow. Why do that? So someone goes, well, the reaction's consistent with a rebellious tradition. You sound like a square that I would bully in school, deservedly. That person who gave that quote needs to be bullied to the point where they never want to show their face in public again. We need to have severe penalties for stupidity. That's not rebellion. That's being a douchebag. That's what that is. Rebellious, you don't attack your audience. You don't attack your audience because they were like, oh, yeah, USA. And if you don't have anything to be proud of here, you can go back to whatever third world hellhole it looks like you crawled out from in the first place. Bye. Like, when was your last hit? Oh, that's right. Anyway, where do they even play? Side stages? Oh, I am in a mood. Yeah, let's do it. Let's see here. George Santos, insider trading on Kalshi. I can't tell you a story that I care less about. Moving on. U.S. emergency oil reserve approaching an all-time low. Biden emptied it. Actually, 2020 and 2022. So this isn't just POTUS. We got a lot more on the way. Stick with us. So, you know, I've been talking about the supplements from the company Human for years, and not just because they make the #1 selling Super Beats, but because when it comes to cardiovascular health, they really stay ahead of the science. And so if you're anything like me, you're focused on health, but cholesterol can be confusing to folks. So here's what I've learned. About 80% of your body's cholesterol is actually produced internally, and it plays a key role in things like cell health and hormone production. That's why Human created Cholesterol Health Daily as a simple 2-capsule-a-day routine designed to support your cholesterol from multiple angles. And it's made with plant-based, clinically studied ingredients, including aged black garlic to support your good HDL cholesterol without the garlic taste, plus patented Italian citrus bergamot for healthy triglycerides and lipid metabolism. You can find Cholesterol Health Daily from Human at Sam's Club, Walmart, Target, and Amazon, so it's easy to get your hands on. And if you're looking to do more for your cholesterol health, this is a science-backed option you can trust and actually use.
1450 WMOH News. I'm Steve Vaughn. A man who stabbed a Butler County Sheriff's deputy after setting his girlfriend's car on fire was sentenced this morning. 42-year-old Philip Lovely of Madison Township was given 8 to 12 years in prison for his attack on Deputy Michael Farthing. Butler County Sheriff Richard Jones is speaking out on the arrest of 2 illegal migrants charged with Monday's shooting in Liberty Township.
I have protesters here at the Butler County Jail. They go to the commissioner's meeting, and they never talk about when people get shot, when they're shooting guns, or they have knives. Well, I'm here today to show you my disgust with what took place, which happens all the time.
Jones says the couple will be deported after they serve prison time if they're convicted. 24-year-old Eric Martin has been arrested in northern Kentucky. The Butler County man is accused of posting nude photos of his ex-husband on social media. I'm Steve Vaughn.
This report is sponsored by the James Cancer Hospital. The James at Ohio State heard them too. And by giving patient access to clinical studies that help today and shape tomorrow's treatments, there's no better team in the nation to create a cancer-free world.
Hold everything.
This is your ticket to high school football.
He's going to flip it deep, and it is intercepted back at the 8-yard line by Fairfield. Indians have the ball. Josiah Leonard.
Basketball.
Oh, there's a steal by Bryce Curry in the backcourt. Oh, thunder dunker. He throws it down. Bryce Curry flushes out.
And baseball. baseball.
Swung on, that's drilled into right field, going back on it and watching it leave the ballpark. Chandler Taylor, home run.
WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
It's almost here. The 13th annual Union Center Food Truck Rally is on Friday, June 5th in the heart of Westchester. Chock full of foodie favorites from over 40 trucks and vendors featuring a variety of cuisines. And don't forget the local and craft beers and seltzers, plus music from Southern Summer, Escape, and crowd favorite Michelle Robinson Band. Go to their website at ucbma.com. The 13th annual Union Center Food Truck Rally on Friday, June 5th from 11:30 a.m. till 10 p.m. at the newly renovated Clock Tower Plaza in Westchester. This year's beneficiary is Reach Out Lakota.
Looking for a friendly, fun tavern? Nick and Norm's Tavern on the west side of Hamilton has a friendly and entertaining staff, great food, and a large drink selection. At Nick and Norm's Tavern, you can play pool and darts inside, or you can sit in their outdoor area to enjoy your food and drinks. Singo and bike nights with Queen of Hearts drawing are on Wednesdays, Thirsty Thursdays, a DJ and karaoke on Fridays, and live bands on Saturdays. Stop in to Nick and Norm's Tavern on Millville Avenue at Wasserman Road on the west side of Hamilton. Nick and Norm's Tavern, a proud supporter of local youth athletics.
This is a Westwood One Sports Minute.
Philadelphia Eagles star left tackle Jordan Mailata speaking for all of us when he said yesterday, thank God the A.J. Brown saga is over and the Eagles can move on with their offseason. I do think it's funny that in the NFC East, the Eagles are the team that seems to have a lot of drama right now, while the Dallas Cowboys, usually a circus, not a lot of drama going on in Big D. I'm Nick Costos.
Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea just got harder with Twisted Tea Extreme. Twisted Tea Extreme is made with real brewed tea, goes down smooth, and an 8% give of alcohol. Dial up the fun with Twisted Tea Extreme. Keep it twisted. Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
1 in 4 Americans have a disability. I'm one of them. I'm also a working mom who cares deeply about making sure every child with a disability thrives by getting their access needs met. We've got a trusted ally by our side. Easter Seals provides children and families the foundation for lifelong success through early learning programs, skills training, and prep for college and career. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Join us at easterseals.com.
In a world of hearts for excitement, Twisted Tea's your refreshing thrill ride of flavor. The hard iced tea that's smooth, made with real brewed tea and 5% alcohol. Twisted Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
The more you listen to your kids, the closer you'll be. So we asked kids, what do you want your parents to hear?
I feel sometimes that I'm not listened to. I would just want you to listen to me more often and evaluate situations with me and lead me towards success.
Listening is a form of love. Find resources to help you support your kids and their emotional well-being at sounditouttogether.org. That's sounditouttogether.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and Pivotal.
From the WMOH Weather Center, we will see sunny skies this afternoon with a high near 81. Mostly clear tonight with a low near 55. Sunny on Thursday with a high 84. Mostly clear Thursday night with a low 60. Sunny on Friday with a high 84, partly cloudy Friday night with a low near 65. And on Saturday, partly sunny with a chance of showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon, high 84.
This is Hugh Hewitt. Join me today at 3 on WMOH 1450.
Keep your finger
The
on the
Ticket.
pulse with the Dana Show podcast, delivering timely news with insightful analysis whenever you want, straight to you on YouTube, Apple, or wherever you get your podcasts.
So I mentioned this yesterday, and I have a piece that'll be coming out that I'm working on that's going to be something for more along the lines of next month. But it got into this New Yorker piece on patriotism and how, and I thought about this when I saw the Chris Robinson thing with the Black Crows, right? Like, what do you have to be proud of? How do you say that, being in the United States of America? The hell is wrong with you? Being in the United States of America, you're not being rebellious when you turn on your fans and you act like, a D-bag. That's not being rebellious. That's being a jerk. And if you don't understand the difference between a rebellious spirit and just being a jerk to the people who support you, then you don't understand rock and roll, my dude. You don't. And yeah, she had a couple of hits 20 years ago. Oh, I'm going to be mean with that. I'm just done with it. I saw this thing. How problematic is patriotism? National pride in America has plummeted in the Trump era. Is it worth trying to salvage? I just about cannot deal with the people who have to predicate whether or not they feel patriotic about this country on whoever is in the White House. You don't have to agree with certain decisions from an administration. No one's demanding that you do that. But this idea that you can't love your country unless there is a Democrat in the White House, King, Republicans have never done that, right? Did they do it? I don't even, okay, I was like in junior high going into high school with Clinton, but I don't even remember them doing that with Bill Clinton. Republicans aren't like that. I don't know. It's why we can't have nice things. It's why we can't have nice things. And this idea that you have to denigrate patriotism, because if you've noticed, of course, it's very nice that they're choosing to do this as we approach the 250th birthday of this republic, right? But I don't like the New Yorker anyway, but I was reading this piece, and it's just about as much as you can imagine. It's about as just absolutely insufferable as you can imagine. For instance, my government wasn't, this guy, Arthur Crystal, he says, can someone be a patriot, not love his country, but simply glad that it exists? What kind of stuff is this? But you know what? I've been seeing this stuff over and over again. And the left and the woke right, I see pushing it in different ways. They're going through the horseshoe theory. You know, the horseshoe theory is that some people can go so far one way that they end up circling back and they find themselves on the opposite side of where they once were. That's the horseshoe theory. That's what the woke right is doing right now. And this idea that you can't be proud of your country, this gets back into the Marxism. It's a Marxist psyop. People, you got to start believing the op when you see it. This is all part of the critical race theory from which DEI manifests, right? Getting people to question the very validity of the creation of their republic so that the republic can lose strength because people begin to doubt its creation and begin to doubt the ideals upon which it was founded. There are people working overtime. It didn't help that people lose faith in their institutions. That doesn't help at all either. But seeing this with the New Yorker, and then I saw people getting upset over, for instance, the UFC octagon being built, constructed temporarily on the White House grounds, and people are, can you believe that? This isn't patriotism. He's just destroying the White House. It's so inappropriate. These are the people, by the way, close but no cigar to what Bill Clinton did. Close but no cigar. This guy had an intern give him romantical times under the Resolute desk while he was on calls with leaders of state. He turned the Oval Office into a whorehouse and paraded it in front of the entire country to see. You're talking about the same party where their Senate staffers filmed a gay sex tape in the Senate chambers, recorded it, and it was out on the internet for all to see. You're talking about a White House where they were selling the Lincoln bedroom to Chinese donors for all the world to see. A White House that had a coke addict and a guy who committed the felony when he lied on a 4473, among many other things, was selling out the nation's interest so he could get checks from everybody from Burisma in Ukraine to the Seneca Rosemont, helping China acquire mineral rights in DRC, all kinds of stuff for all the world to see. So spare me if for one fleeting moment in the entirety of American history, we have an MMA event on the White House lawn briefly before it goes back to how it was before the octagon was constructed there temporarily. I am just not interested in hearing the bitching and moaning of these people who look the other way when God knows what was happening on their watch, under their administrations, in the Oval Office, in the White House, on the White House grounds. I'm not even going to hear it. I'm not even getting into the trainees that were showing everybody the scars on their chest after they had their breasts removed, or the guys who were lifting up and showing their chests after they had breast implants because they don't have boobs because they're men. That happened on the White House lawn during a garden party on a Sunday, mind you. It was Easter. Yeah, it was. Well, wasn't it? No, sorry, it was Saturday before Easter, wasn't it? It was the garden. Well, it's still bad. It was an Easter weekend, the Saturday before Easter. So come on. I am not going to hear anything from these people on this because of all of those are just some of the reasons why. But they're saying we just can't be patriotic because it's Trump. Well, then you're not American. Get out. For real, get out. You're not American then. If your love for country is predicated upon the guy that you wanted in the White House, get out. Because I'm going to tell you what, we have all endured. We endured 8 years of Barack Obama, who sent the IRS after journalists, who actually prosecuted journalists. You know, for all the people that scream about the sacredness of the free press, they were miles away when they were going after James Rosen, when they were wiretapping AP reporters, when they were going after bloggers. They were miles away. They were miles away when Chuck Schumer was trying to get out of committee a bill in the Senate that made it to where you had to have a license just to practice journalism. Where were they at? See, everything to them it all has to do with whether or not they feel as though their far left principles are represented. We endured. And we endured through Biden-Harris. We endured regardless. And there are times when we have somebody in the White House that, you know, like with Bush, maybe not everybody liked him, but that didn't imperil people's love for country. If you can't love your country because there's a Republican in the White House, then you don't really love your country. You just love yourself. You love your own ideals. You are elevating your far left ideals above the founding principles of the nation. And that's it. I read this piece also. This was Tuesday. This came out for you subscribers over at Substack. This came out on your Tuesday prep. And it gets into the Wmoh moment. Well, this one is specifically talking about UK, but I think it's fair to say that it's very similar to kind of what we're having here. It's a very interesting piece that's over at the Washington Examiner, and it says, we're having a Wmoh moment. We've been having one for a while. That republic rose in 1919, obviously, after the defeat of the German Empire, fell in 1933 when the Nazis took power. This piece goes, in the 250th year, America shows early symptoms of Weimarization amid the legitimation of political violence, street mobilization, runaway debt, and a stab-in-the-back legend of racial grievance against the Jews. The political class is divided between those trying to control the chaos and those trying to ride it into power. Now, this editorialist is writing this about London, but that damn well could sound like the United States. He says, it's a Weimar world out there. One morning in mid-May, I stood on a chair outside a cafe on London's Strand and watched as the sea of marchers flooded the broad avenue as far as the eye could see. The Unite the Kingdom March was organized by Tommy Robinson, an erstwhile soccer hooligan who, in a transformation familiar from 18th century novels, has become an articulate, talking about, I guess, My Fair Lady or Pygmalion, an articulate and popular representative of populist discontent with mass immigration. The marchers were Georgian too, but in a Hogarthian way. They waved the Union flag and flags of England, Scotland, and Wales and Northern Ireland, drank beer for breakfast, ate meat pies of uncertain provenance in the street, urinated in doorways with the liberty of free-born Englishmen, and wore shorts so that the soccer badge tattooed on their calves would function like a dog tag in case they passed out and had to be medevaced to the shires. Apart from the shorts and tats, nothing about this would have surprised Edmund Burke. This was old England, off the couch and on the march. But there are a lot of similarities here. And if you look kind of in the United States, it's somewhat happening here. Coming up, we're going to get into this story to dovetail into this that happened in Britain with this student who, oh my gosh, the stories unbelievable. And there's a lot of video. I don't really want to play all the video, but there is one image that I definitely want to show, because sometimes you see these images that are not AI, because we live in an AI world. So when the composition of something is so terrifyingly perfect, you think that's AI. But I'm going to show you this photo coming up. That is not AI. It is one of those instances where the perfect capture happened at the most tragically perfect time. Actually, we can go ahead and show. We'll set it up because I'm going to talk about this story. The hand in cuffs that you're going to see is the student, Harry Novick, who was stabbed 5 times fatally and was put in handcuffs and left to bleed out because his attacker had accused him of racism. His attacker was Sikh, S-I-K-H. They're not Muslim, they're Indian. And historically, they actually war with Arabs, and they carried the ceremonial sword. And this guy attacked this student and stabbed him. And as the student was being arrested and as he lay dying because his life force was pouring out of him in his chest cavity and on the sidewalk, the last thing he heard were his rights being read to him. So this photo, throw it up really quickly. This is the photo I'm talking about. This is not AI. This is a real photo. He's being handcuffed as he's bleeding out. That is why his hand is so pale and so white and almost erythral. It is unreal. And then note the blue glove covered hand in the top. How demonic does that look? I mean, I know it's the way that the gloves, the latex gloves, are situated, but they're almost pointed as if they're claws, reaching up while other blue hands hold his hand down as he bleeds to death. And he bled to death right there on the sidewalk, while his attacker was consoled and comforted because he said that this teenager was racist to him. That is what's happening in Britain right now. I'm going to tell you something. If something like that happened in the United States, because a lot of people bring up George Floyd, who was on every drug, according to the toxicology report, I would be out there with the rioters. That is no joke. And I think a lot of people would. What's happening in Britain, I think the cops that did this, and I think the law enforcement, I think they all got to hang. And I'm not talking about rhetorically. It is far past the time. We have a need for serious, severe penalties in this world to stop the brutes from destroying Western civilization. So we haven't even begun to discuss this. But you can see all of the effects of this building up in the United States. Go back and look. 1920s Germany, Weimar Republic, all of the elements very similar to what we're dealing with here. The racial division with critical race theory, the Marxist psychological op that's happening right now. You're seeing it unfold. We're going to talk about this more deeply here coming up. As we move, we have Days of These United States on the way. Our partners that help bring you the program. It's the folks over at Burn a Gun. You guys are familiar with Burn a Gun. And in fact, you know, I've told you guys a million times before, I always carry, I have zero problem throwing lead down range to protect my life or that of someone else's, but I also understand in order to go into places that maybe they, because you have to for work or whatever, if they ban guns, you know, they don't allow you to exercise your Second Amendment right, you have to have some kind of option, diverse option. And Byrna could be one of those diverse options. Easy to use, highly effective, requires no permits or background checks or waiting periods. It's about the size of an iPhone. It's built in Fort Wayne, Indiana, from Americans Dedicated to Your Safety. It's, you know, I mean, they have several different models. The compact launcher is the one that's about iPhone size. And this is the one that you can, you know, if you have to, unfortunately, go somewhere where you're not able to exercise your 2A, maybe you can have a compact launcher as an option. You can visit Byrna.com/Dana, learn how it works, BYRNA.com/Dana, and get your Byrna gun today.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-921-8189. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-921-8189. 800-921-8189. 800-921-8189.
You know what nobody talks about enough when there's an unexpected pregnancy? The father. Everybody focuses on the mom. And of course, she matters, but dads are often treated like they're just spectators in one of the biggest moments of their lives. And a lot of men are scared and they're overwhelmed and they wonder whether or not they can really do this, whether or not they can actually be good fathers. And too often, nobody helps them process any of it. And that's another reason why I love preborn. John shared his experience with preborn, and he wrote to them and said that he first thought him, a dad, he said that it didn't even feel possible to him. But then he said they talked to preborn and they worked with people who cared and that they received a free ultrasound, and that's when it all came together for them that they could do this. That moment matters. Preborn provides free ultrasounds and compassionate support to women, couples, and families facing unexpected pregnancies. Preborn turns fear into hope. Help another mother and father experience that same hope. Just $28 provides one ultrasound and can help save a baby's life. To donate, dial pound 250 and say the word baby. That's pound 250 baby, or visit preborn.com/Dana.
We've got a country to save.
Larry Elder.
As if having a Nazi tattoo on your chest isn't bad enough, the man who's running for Senate in Maine as a Democrat claims he had a working class background, working class life. Parents were wealthy, sent him to not one, but 2 private schools, and also bought his house. Wish I had parents like that.
The Larry Elder Show.
Join me weekday evenings at 6 on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
Bienvenidos, amigos. That's how you are welcomed at the area's #1 Latin American foods supermercado y restaurante. And you don't have to speak or understand Spanish to enjoy all that El Gran Valle Verde has to offer. All of your favorite Latin American grocery needs are in stock, and delivery is available too. And if you're not in a cooking mood for groceries, El Gran Valle Verde has a full-service restaurante with all of your favorites. El Gran Valle Verde, nearby in the Hamilton Plaza Shopping Center on Dixie Highway in Hamilton. Nos vemos pronto.
Reading aloud to children sharpens their listening skills, expands their vocabularies, and nurtures a lifelong love of reading. That's why Reading is Fundamental, the nation's leading children's literacy nonprofit, offers free monthly read-alouds by popular authors through its Rally to Read program. Visit rallytoread.org to watch the read-alouds and discover exciting reading activities for school and home. Visit rallytoread.org today.
Real talent is defined by what people can do, not where they learn to do it. So by stopping at the education section of a resume, you might throw away the perfect hire. Skills First Hiring helps you see talent others miss, like more than 70 million stars, skilled through alternative routes. Let their story unfold and gain a competitive advantage, because hiring managers who start with skills are 60% more likely to find a successful hire. Hire skills first. Learn why at tearthepaperceiling.org. Brought to you by Opportunity at Work and the Ad Council.
Lock up your doors, turn your radios up. We got a big game here on 1450 The Ticket.
This is your ticket to high school football, basketball, and baseball.
Down the sideline. Yes! Touchdown! Hudson Hard.
Tyson, pull up 3.
Hello.
Got it. That was from college range, not high school.
Runner's on the way.
Oh, my goodness.
He is out from here to there.
Your ticket to high school sports.
This is the ticket you want to have.
WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
From the WMOH Weather Center, this afternoon will bring us sunny skies with a high near 81. Clear tonight with a low 55. Sunny on Thursday with a high near 84. Clear Thursday night with a low near 60. Mostly sunny on Friday with a high 84. Partly cloudy Friday night with a low 65. And partly sunny on Saturday with a chance of showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon and a high near 84.
Now, back to Dana Lash on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
Not able to catch all 3 hours of The Dana Show? Subscribe to the full podcast and get news and laughs delivered in short, easy-to-digest episodes. Ideal for your busy lifestyle on YouTube, Apple, or wherever you get your podcast.
Like sands through the hourglass, so are the days of the United States.
Do you have any medical advice for the Americans out there that are suffering from a very serious ailment called Trump derangement syndrome?
I am concerned about folks who have focused their entire life energy on dislike of the president. It's disheartening to see people lost in that way, but you know, treating stupid is really hard.
I mean, that's true, but I just think that there are better questions to ask. Am I alone in this? I mean, Trump derangement syndrome, we all know this. Why do we have to waste, you have X amount of time at these press avails. You got Dr. Oz up there. You can ask him any HHS thing, any policy question, and that's what you ask him, right? I mean, come on, people.
There's saying it's not a real ailment? Is that what you're saying?
No, being voluntarily retarded is not an ailment.
3 for 3 this week.
I am 3 for 3 this. If anybody is upset with my language of choice, I will remind you that we live in a free country. I will also remind you that I violently do not care. And I will add that if you would like to register a complaint, you may do so by sending the email to kiss@myadoublesnakes.com. You're welcome. But no, I just don't think that that's something that you should bring up. Just that's kind of that's like a performative question. You know what I mean? It's not serious. Like, okay, that's, come on. People on the right dislike this just as much as anybody. Come on. Just there's a lot of serious questions to ask. I mean, for instance, I would ask about, is HHS working at all whatsoever with DHS to make sure that people who come in from these outbreak nations are properly screened? You know, are you going to assure us that you're not going to have any more lockdowns? Or that's the kind of stuff that I would be asking, not that. Because nobody's directly asked that at one of these press avails. Because they don't have them all the time with a lot of these leaders of these various departments. And so that's why I bring this up. So a lot to get into. This enraging story about this teenager who was murdered because of race in Britain. It is becoming an iconic story we're going to discuss. Stick with us.
$14.50 The Ticket. The Hugh Hewitt Show.
Hi, it's Hugh Hewitt. I am back from a quick trip out to the West Coast, and I will go over with you everything that happened in California in the governor's race, the LA mayoral race. We'll try and tease out of that some lessons about what's ahead. So whatever you do, don't miss the next Hugh Hewitt Show.
He keeps his finger on the pulse in D.C.
The key to the show is news. If it's happening, I'll tell you about it.
Hugh Hewitt.
Join me today at 3 on WMOH 1450 The Ticket. Keep that dial to the right.
Have you recently opened a brand new business and want to get the word out that you're open? Have an existing business and looking to increase profitability? Or are you looking to staff your new or existing business with employees? This is where WMOH Radio can be of help to you. Advertise your business to reach WMOH Radio's local and loyal listeners with your message that your business is open and ready to serve or looking for workers. Give us a call, 513-863-1111, and let us put the power of locally owned and operated 1450 WMOH Radio go to work for you.
This is your ticket to high school sports. WMOH, Hamilton, Fairfield, Westchester, Cincinnati. 1450 The Ticket.
News this hour from Town Hall. I'm John Scott. California's crowded primary for governor remains unresolved. GOP gubernatorial candidate Steve Hilton told supporters in Los Angeles last night his campaign is another step closer to winning the governor's chair.
To every single person who's voted for me, we're not there yet, but it's looking good.
Dozens of names were on the ballot. Democratic candidate for governor and former HHS Secretary Xavier Becerra told supporters last night that they had spoken with one voice.
Tonight, the people of the great state of California, in the greatest nation on earth, have spoken. loudly and proudly.
Only 2 gubernatorial candidates will be advancing to the general election. Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass advanced to a November runoff as she fights to stay in City Hall against challengers from both ends of the political spectrum. Her opponent still to be determined. Kuwait briefly shut down its main airport after Iranian drones heavily damaged a passenger terminal, killing 1 and injuring dozens. President Trump insists peace negotiations are ongoing. And in consumer news, we have another auto recall to tell you about.
Ford is calling back almost 420,000 vehicles because of a seatbelt issue that could result in injury if a crash occurs. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration says the recall includes certain Ford Expedition and Lincoln Navigator vehicles, model years 2018 through 2022. The issue involves seatbelts that could lock inadvertently, not allowing them to retract or extend. Rich Thomason, Washington.
More on these stories from townhall.com.
Hey, I'm Kirk Cameron. Is health insurance eating up your budget for 2026? If you're looking for ways to better steward your finances, consider this: Christian Healthcare Ministries. It's a health insurance alternative at half the cost. Join CHM today by visiting chministries.org/wellness. While insurance companies tell you when to join, what to pay, and where to go, CHM is different. As a ministry, CHM allows you to share the burden of medical bills with other Christians. You can enroll, switch programs, or leave at any time. Christian Healthcare Ministries. It's a world of difference. CHM has 4 flexible programs. You can pick any certified doctor, surgeon, or hospital that you want for eligible care. So make the switch. Take your paycheck back from health insurance this year. Join CHM today by visiting chministries.org/wellness. That's chministries.org/wellness.
1450 WMOH News. I'm Steve Vaughn. It's 8 to 12 years in prison for 42-year-old Philip Lovely. The Madison Township man was sentenced for stabbing Butler County Sheriff's Deputy Michael Farthing after setting his girlfriend's car on fire. Butler County Sheriff Richard Jones and a number of deputies and detectives surrounded Farthing in a show of support in the courtroom. Butler County Administrator Judy Boyko says Butler County Probate Court will move back into the historic courthouse on Monday, June 22nd. Crews are finishing repairs from the recent fire that caused water and smoke damage to the building. The Hamilton County Coroner's Office has identified the woman stabbed to death at the Norwood Skyline Tuesday. 27-year-old Alyssa Hill was attacked by her ex-boyfriend. 37-year-old Rick Wright is charged with murder. The Baden Rams baseball team will play Butler High School tomorrow for the Division III Regional Championship. First pitch is 2 p.m. at Miami University. I'm Steve Vaughn.
Looking for a friendly, fun tavern? Nick and Norm's Tavern on the west side of Hamilton has a friendly and entertaining staff, great food, and a large drink selection. At Nick and Norm's Tavern, you can play pool and darts inside, or you can sit in their outdoor area to enjoy your food and drinks. Singo and bike nights with Queen of Hearts drawing are on Wednesdays, Thirsty Thursdays, a DJ and karaoke on Fridays, and live bands on Saturdays. Stop in to Nick and Norm's Tavern on Millville Avenue at Wasserman Road on the west side of Hamilton. Nick and Norm's Tavern, a proud supporter of local youth athletics.
Life jackets help save lives. They come in a variety of choices and exciting new styles. Boating safety begins with the choices we make before leaving the dock. What's holding you up? This message brought to you by the Ohio Division of Watercraft.
The fun and sun of boating in Ohio is always exciting. As you head out on the water, remember to properly load your boat. And for safety's sake, keep your life jacket on at all times. This message brought to you by the Ohio Division of Watercraft.
High School Tournament Baseball, installed by AE Door and Window.
Taylor sliding into third, safe. Yes. 3-run triple, Chandler Taylor. And another runner's going to score. Keegan Sawyer with some heads-up base running. Strike 3, got him looking. 3-hitter by Caleb Dreesen. And the Baden Rams are your district champions once again.
Thursday, Baden takes on Butler for Division III Regional Championship. Coverage begins Thursday at 1:35 on 1450 The Ticket and on WMOH.com.
From the WMOH Weather Center, we will see sunny skies this afternoon with a high near 81. Mostly clear tonight with a low near 55. Sunny on Thursday with a high 84. Mostly clear Thursday night with a low 60. Sunny on Friday with a high 84, partly cloudy. Friday night with a low near 65. And on Saturday, partly sunny with a chance of showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon, high 84.
WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
I think we just need to send a bunch of Southern women with flip-flops over there and make them all go cut their own switches. Jiminy Christmas. If you send a bunch of Nanas and Gigi's over there and Mimi's, holy crow. Why do people give the suburbs so much nonsense? Because they're amazing. There's grocery stores everywhere, and they're not like the grocery stores that are in the city that only sell like wine and cheese for single cat ladies.
The Dana Show with Dana Lash.
Welcome back to the program, top of the second hour with you, Dana Lash here. And, man, I'm telling you, this story is maybe one of the worst ones I think I've seen in a long time. And just so you guys know, we've linked it all. We've linked stuff over if you're a subscriber over at Substack, Chapter and Verse. Of course, make sure you follow us, YouTube, Facebook, and you can watch the simulcast on YouTube as well. If you're not listening terrestrially, if you want to watch us do the radio. This Henry Novak, 18-year-old, actually Noah Harry Novak, so I'm like Harry and Henry. Henry Novak, 18 years old, student in Britain. And I'm this whole story, I am still hearing things. I'm shocked. So what ended up happening is this story first took place in December of 2025, but you're really hearing a lot about it now because we've had convictions in the case. Henry Novak, 18 years old, he was stabbed to death by 23-year-old Vikram Digwa, who is Sikh, S-I-K-H, and was carrying this ceremonial blade that they're allowed, which I'm going to come back to. Oh my gosh, I have so many things to come back to. He was carrying a ceremonial blade. Now, and this was in Britain. The reason why I'm bringing that up, and I'm stopping on the blade for a moment, is do you guys remember, when was this? 4 years ago, the knife boxes that they had on street corners all over Britain? So, because they had knife crime incidents. But this is okay. I'm going to come back to it. This 18-year-old who was stabbed to death was left to bleed out in handcuffs because his attacker had told the police that Henry Novak was racist. Because, as you know, if you say something that can be triggering, if you misgender someone, if you go to Britain and you say you're gay, that you can actually be arrested. I'm not exaggerating at all. That's how they don't have free speech over there. But that's not what happened. None of that happened. And in fact, there was footage on Henry Novak's camera at some point. I'm just wondering if he clearly felt like he was being threatened. And so the only defense that he had was trying to record it on his phone. And apparently the footage shows that Digwa was very aggressive, trying to come up to him, get into his face. And he was saying, call me this, trying to call me. He just is nuts. He just targeted this kid. So he was he was studying accounting, and it was about 11:30 p.m. He was walking in the suburb. He was at the Hobbit pub. He was under the limit, the blood alcohol limit. He had like a couple of pints at the Hobbit pub and was walking back to his residence. And that's when he encountered Digwa. And Digwa was already immediately problematic to the point where Novak started recording because isn't that what a lot of people do? I know that I do. If I feel like, I always carry, but anytime anything gets tense or if I'm near a reporter, I will always automatically record. Always. If a reporter is near me, even if my phone's not out like this, I'm recording. So he, Novak was kind of like singing a little bit to himself. He was yawning. He was just walking, minding his own business. And then Digwa was walking towards him, trying to like challenge him, trying to instigate something. And it culminated with there being 5 stab wounds with his Sikh ceremonial knife, including additional wounds to his chest, or to his legs, excuse me, and the fatal wound was to his chest. So neighbors then called the police because they heard Novak calling out that he had been stabbed. There were no eyewitnesses, but his phone. Novak was trying to get away by climbing on top of a trash can or a trash bin and then over a fence. That's how he got the stabs in the legs, because as he was trying to get away from Digwa, Digwa pursued him and was continuing to stab him in the legs. So Digwa then called his parents, who got there before police. His trash mother, Kiran Kaur, who was also convicted, she took the knife and hid it. Digwa also filmed Novak bleeding out and trying to flee, and he was recording him as he lay dying, gloating. When Hampshire police officers arrived, they spoke to Digwa while Novak laid on the ground because he was stabbed and bleeding to death. Novak repeatedly told police officers, "I'm having trouble breathing," which then said, "I can't breathe." His voice started to fade because his lungs were literally filling up with blood. Digwa told officers that Novak was drunk, punched him, and racially slurred him and pulled his turban off. None of that is supported by any of the phone recordings, by the way. Not a single bit. Digwa was the aggressor, like 1,000%. So he lied. Digwa lied about him. Made up the whole thing. So the officers then pulled Novak, dragged him on the gravel to the side, and handcuffed him. He was denied any kind of immediate care. Police then allowed Digwa to meet with his family members, and apparently in a recorded conversation, they were speaking Punjabi, Digwa's brother told him to claim self-defense. But Digwa said, well, if there's security cameras on the street, that's not going to work. So all of this is how this happened. Novak was not even remotely drunk. He was filming a Snapchat video when Digwa decided to get aggressive with him. He was like singing, and he was on Snapchat, and he was recording. And then he flipped to the camera after Digwa started getting like really aggressive towards him. And nothing and anything supported any of Digwa's story at all whatsoever. Digwa was carrying 2 ceremonial knives. One is the kirpan and a dagger that he used to stab Novak. And one of the professors of sociology at a university said there was no good reason why Digwa had the larger blade, because it's not a requirement of the faith. So the reason all this is in the news is because just a few days ago there was the verdict, and it rejected the self-defense claim that Digwa had made. He was found guilty of murder. His mother was found guilty of assisting the offender. I don't know why the father and the brother are not also liable, because they were also working with him to hide the murder. The brother was encouraging him to lie. They were trying to concoct a story while Novak was bleeding out. The judge confirmed that Novak had not said anything remotely racist. He was literally just recording a Snapchat video. Digwa had no injuries. He said that Digwa had, quote, given a, quote, convincing but wholly false narrative of the incident. The judge told Digwa that he brought shame on his family and brought shame on other Sikhs and caused racial tension. He gave him a life sentence with a minimum term of 21 years. I think Digwa deserves a bullet in the head. I think it's a gross miscarriage of justice that he and his mother are living. And his entire family deserves the punishment because they're all culpable. You're going to get more things like this unless you have harsher penalties for barbarians. And this is, insane. Now, the brother ultimately, now this was only like a day ago, got charged. Later on, they came out that they got charged with minor weapons offenses. what in the hell is going on in the UK with police? Now remember, these are the same police in the Britain where they were covering up the systematic rape. Remember in Rotherham, 1,400 women and girls over an 18-year period who were targeted and raped and trafficked by Pakistani men. And remember, the reason that story came, that it was hidden for so long, they admitted that they did not want to be seen as racists. That's why they didn't say anything. Do you remember the terror attack that took place at the center, what was it, outside of San Bernardino, Kane, where they were having a little Christmas party? Yeah. And let me look this up. There was a couple, and they made like weapons and stuff in their garage. Yeah, San Bernardino. It was in 2015. The two terrorists in that case, Tashfeen Malik and Syed Farouk. Do you remember the neighbors? We played this audio when it happened. They ended up telling a local reporter that they were always suspicious of the couple because the couple was constantly like getting deliveries, and they were building all kinds of they were building bombs and stuff in their garage, in their alleyway. But the neighbors said, none of us wanted to say anything because we don't want to be called racists. Keep that on the burner. Look at 2020 COVID breakout in Italy, right? In Italy, in the Prato region, where you had direct flights from Wuhan to Prato. That's a big textile industry. The governor of that principality had said that the reason that they didn't speak out when they noticed people getting super sick was because it was first exploded amongst the Chinese diaspora, because they didn't want to be considered racist, because they were fighting an illegal immigration battle there 8 years prior, and the Chinese immigrants were calling the Italians racist for criticizing the fact that they were buying these family-owned businesses and running sweatshops with illegal Chinese immigrants. And so they had a big bust up, and they cowed the Italians into silence. And so the Italians said that, Google it, they had said that the reason that they did not say anything when all of that broke out is because they didn't want to be looked at as racist. Now you're here. Look at Rotherham. The reason that people, and including law enforcement and lawmakers, they didn't speak out is because they did not want to be viewed as being racists, because the people who were doing the trafficking and the raping were brown. And now you have this kid who has had to give his life, sacrifice it on the altar of race. And the police cuffed him. They refused to even look at his injuries, and they let him bleed to death. And it is not an exaggeration. The last thing that this kid heard as the light faded out of his eyes were the cops reading his rights to him and consoling his murderer. I don't think that there could be enough people that could get into the streets over this. Henry Novak is Britain. And all of their policies, their completely, absolutely unmitigated immigration, legal and illegal, their policies regarding Sharia, their socialism, everything is this Digwa murderer. They are murdering themselves. These are people who cannot even protect their women and girls. They cannot protect their youth. Do you remember the little girl in Scotland who was being targeted, and she had a knife and bared it towards this adult 30-something illegal immigrant who was trying to proposition her sister because he was a pedophile? This little Boudica. And she bore a blade, and he was recording her because he wouldn't leave her alone. And law enforcement was trying to give this kid a hard time. I'm telling you, at some point there has to be a reckoning. Because what's going to happen is this stuff is going to get to the point where it cannot be solved civilly. It's not going to be solved in courtrooms. It's not going to be solved in parliamentary chambers, and it will not be solved in elections. It's going to be solved in the streets with blood and violence. Is that what they want? Because this is what they're gearing up for. We have a lot more on the way. We're not done with this story because Keir Starmer now says, no. You all can't even have steak knives in your apartments in London. But if you're Sikh, you can carry a blade like this man. He said this yesterday. We're going to get into all of that and more as we move. Our partners that help bring you the program. It is our friends over at Noble Gold. When there's uncertainty, this is the time to move when it comes to precious metals. That might seem weird. It might seem a little bit counterintuitive, but that's the thing. Gold does not wait till it feels right. Gold moves on uncertainty, on instability, on fear, on the unknown. And that's kind of every headline you see right now. So if you've been wondering whether gold should be part of your portfolio, this is exactly when it makes sense to talk to people who actually understand and live and breathe in this market. Noble Gold Investments has helped people protect their savings with physical gold and silver for over a decade. They've got a white glove service to walk you through everything step by step. No high pressure sales pitches. They actually educate you and answer your questions. They explain what you're buying and why. And they make it simple to understand, right? Don't wait for a certainty that may never come. Visit noblegoldinvestments.com/Dana. That's noblegoldinvestments.com/Dana. Download your free investor kit today. Have you heard of Native Path Collagen and its amazing uses for bone support? Here's the part that nobody tells you. Calcium alone is not enough. Your body actually needs collagen to use that calcium, to anchor it into your bones where it belongs. That's the protein responsible for keeping your bones strong and your joints moving and your skin from giving everything away. And by the time that most people hit 60, they've lost about half of it. And you're not getting that back from food. I mean, not realistically. So a lot of people want something cleaner, something that actually works. So I've started trying Native Path grass-fed collagen. It checks the boxes. Type 1 and 3, no junk, dissolves instantly in coffee or water. There's no taste, no grit. There's no excuses to not take it, actually. It's doctor formulated and with over 8,000 five-star reviews. If you're already taking calcium or thinking about your bone health, you might want to rethink what's missing. Right now, you can get up to 45% off. Visit getnativepath.com/Dana. Try it risk-free for a full year with a 365-day money-back guarantee.
The Hugh Hewitt Show.
Hi, it's Hugh Hewitt. I am back from a quick trip out to the West Coast, and I will go over with you everything that happened in California in the governor's race, the LA mayoral race. We'll try and tease out of that some lessons about what's ahead. So whatever you do, don't miss the next Hugh Hewitt Show.
He keeps his finger on the pulse in D.C.
The key to the show is news. If it's happening, I'll tell you about it.
Hugh Hewitt.
Join me today at 3 on WMOH 1450 The Ticket. Keep that dial to the right.
Start saving this summer at AE Door and Window. All through June, save up to 15% off Provia entry doors and sliders, as well as select Clopay garage doors. Save up to 20% off windows by Pella and Provia. Combine and save for another 5% off your total order and get up to $100 off a next generation LiftMaster opener. All with zero down, zero interest for 2 years. Learn more at aedoorsales.com.
We sell the best and service the rest. AE.
Looking for a local community-oriented place to hang out, family-friendly, and a great place to bring your pet? Municipal Brew Works is open 7 days a week, and they have a huge patio area to soak up the sun. Join Municipal Brew Works for their big 10th anniversary party the weekend of June 12th through the 14th, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Specials galore, live music, and lots of food truck dining options. Municipal Brew Works in the historic former Hamilton City Building on High Street in downtown Hamilton. See you for the big 10th anniversary weekend.
This is Dana Lash. We'll be right back on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
So, how are the kids? Well, Emily made the honor roll. Oh, good for her. Yeah, we're really proud of her. Tyler, on the other hand, though. What's going on? He's been moody lately, just feeling down and not like himself.
Oh, we've been there. Nick was struggling last spring. He was so anxious and stressed.
Really? What helped?
Well, he joined the soccer team. And ever since, he's been a lot happier. He has more energy, he's less stressed, and he's definitely in a better mood at home. It's made a huge difference.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I'm glad he's getting out of the house, he's getting some exercise, and he's off his phone for once. It's been good for his mental health.
Sounds like it's been good for your mental health, too.
Participating in Ohio high school sports improves students' physical and mental health. Encourage your son or daughter to get involved. This message presented by the OHSAA and the Ohio Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
It's mosquito season in Ohio and time to fight the bite.
Some mosquitoes can carry diseases like West Nile, lacrosse, and Zika viruses. Protect yourself and your family this season. Wear EPA-registered repellent when you go outside. Stay indoors during peak mosquito time, and remove standing water around your home where mosquitoes breed. Also, wear long sleeves and pants when possible. Tell mosquitoes to buzz off and fight the bite. For more information, click on ohio.gov/mosquito. This message brought to you by the Ohio Department of Health.
High School Tournament Baseball, installed by AE Door and Window.
Taylor sliding into third, safe. Yes. 3-run triple, Chandler Taylor. And another runner's going to score. Keegan Sawyer with some heads-up base running. Strike three, got him looking. Three-hitter by Caleb Dreesen. And the Baden Rams are your district champions once again.
Thursday, Baden takes on Butler for Division III Regional Championship. Coverage begins Thursday at 1:35 on 1450 The Ticket and on WMOH.com.
From the WMOH Weather Center, this afternoon will bring us sunny skies with a high near 81. Clear tonight with a low 55. Sunny on Thursday with a high near 84. Clear Thursday night with a low near 60. Mostly sunny on Friday with a high 84. Partly cloudy Friday night with a low 65. And partly sunny on Saturday with a chance of showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon and a high near 84.
Now, back to Dana Lash on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
And now, all of the news you would probably miss. It's time for Dana's Quick Five.
So Mount Everest's highest campsite is strewn with abandoned tents, trash, and human waste. Have you ever seen some of the photos of the debris that they leave? It is wild. Absolutely wild. And these people, they just hold onto this rope and they're in a line and they walk. That does not look cool or worthy of all of that effort to get up there. But they leave all of this stuff, empty oxygen bottles, everything. It's 26,000 feet. This is the final camp place where people can rest before they go through the death zone and get up to this summit. And it's just sad. Just I don't know. I get now why aliens don't visit us. I get it. Let's see. Sydney Sweeney and Zendaya. I don't care about this, but they're fighting. Zendaya's lefty. Sydney Sweeney's apparently a registered Republican. Sweeney snubbed her from her Euphoria Season 3 photo roundup because they're apparently feuding over their polarizing politics. I don't know. Arkansas Governor Sarah Sanders unveils a very Christian alternative to Pride Month as she presents Fidelity Month. Yeah, I mean, why not? I don't have a problem with that stuff. I mean, is it going to mean, do people get tax-free weekends, or do we get, change in packaging or anything like that? So coming up, Keir Starmer says, we're going to allow only certain people to carry blades after the stabbing of that 18-year-old to death. Oh, wait until you hear this. Oh, wait, just wait. Stick with us. You know how the mainstream media works. They tell you to lower your expectations. They tell you things are fine when they clearly aren't. And after a while, people just accept it. That's exactly what happens with daily aches and pains. You wake up stiff, sore, exhausted, and you start telling yourself that you think this is just getting older. But it isn't. Relief Factor helped Anthony stop accepting pain as his normal. He said he was dealing with debilitating pain and fatigue, but after about 2 months of Relief Factor, he was back to running his business, fishing, gardening, doing the things that actually matter to him. And there are countless testimonials just like his from real people who were tired of being told to just live with it. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free, research-based, and designed to target inflammation, the root cause of most pain. Declare your independence from pain with Relief Factor. Try the 3-week quick start today for just $19.95. Visit ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's 1-800-4RELIEF.
1450 WMOH News. I'm Steve Vaughn.
Here we go again.
Butler County Sheriff Richard Jones reacting after 2 illegal migrants were arrested for Monday's shooting in Liberty Township.
The same old thing I've been talking about for years. Illegal aliens coming into our country. Illegal aliens coming into our county. Coming into our cities. And here we have it again. We had someone shot.
Jones says the protesters at his jail never talk about the violence. The Butler County Sheriff's Office has arrested a man who allegedly used revenge porn against his estranged husband. A release from the Sheriff's Office says 24-year-old Eric Barton put nude photos of his ex on social media. He was arrested in Falmouth, Kentucky by Butler County deputies and the SoFast Fugitive Task Force. A suspect is in custody after a fatal stabbing of a woman at a Norwood Skyline Chili restaurant. It was apparently the woman's ex-boyfriend. I'm Steve Vaughn.
Larry Elder.
CEO Magazine's been around 22 years. Every single year, they rate the best state in which to do business and the worst state in which to do business. Guess which one has finished last every single year of the magazine's existence? That's a rhetorical question. It's called California. Maybe, just maybe, it's time for the voters to stop pulling that lever for the Democratic Party like zombies.
The Larry Elder Show.
Join me weekday evenings at 6 on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
It's almost here. The 13th Annual Union Center Food Truck Rally is on Friday, June 5th in the heart of Westchester. Chock full of foodie favorites from over 40 trucks and vendors featuring a variety of cuisines. And don't forget the local and craft beers and seltzers, plus music from Southern Summer, Escape, and crowd favorite Michelle Robinson Band. Go to their website at ucbma.com. The 13th Annual Union Center Food Truck Rally on Friday, June 5th from 11:30 a.m. till 10 p.m. at the newly renovated Clock Tower Plaza in Westchester. This year's beneficiary is Reach Out Lakota.
Looking for a high-paying tech career? The computer software development major at Cincinnati State prepares you for real-world software jobs with hands-on training. No advanced math, no theory, just the direct job-ready skills employers need. This 2-year program offers a required co-op, letting you gain experience at tech companies. With 100% online courses, you can train on your schedule. Enroll today. Visit cincinnatistate.edu.
Sports Minute.
The Vegas Golden Knights overcame an early 2-goal deficit to steal Game 1 in the Stanley Cup Final on the road, defeating the Carolina Hurricanes 5-4. Both teams traded massive haymakers, but it was Thomas Hertl crashing the slot to bury the game winner with less than 4 minutes left in regulation. Vegas takes a 1-0 series lead, and if last night was any indication, we are in for an all-time classic series. I'm Maddie Bates.
Yo, it's Jay Uso from WWE, and I'm Jimmy Uso. Chumba Casino and WWE are hyped for the biggest event of the summer, SummerSlam. I know, I can't wait. There's nothing better to do while we're waiting than playing Chumba Casino. Sign up today, and you could win a VIP experience with Chumba Casino and WWE for SummerSlam. So what are you waiting for? Play Chumba Casino and enter for your chance to win. Let's Chumba. Yeah.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
On the battlefield, there's a saying America's military men and women live by. Never leave a fallen warrior behind. Ever. Off the battlefield, Wounded Warrior Project operates with the same goal. Wounded Warrior Project was created to help our men and women returning home with the scars of war, whether those scars are physical or mental. Wounded Warrior Project. We never leave a fallen warrior behind. Ever. Learn more about what we do at woundedwarriorproject.org.
When it comes to a gun suicide attempt, all it takes is a moment.
My son Ricky took his life by the use of a firearm. It broke me, and I contemplated suicide. My grandson, I was going to have to be here for him. I still own my firearm. I keep it in a safe because I want to keep my grandson and myself safe.
Store your guns, locked, unloaded, and away from ammo. Hear more safe stories at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by Brady and the Ad Council.
High school tournament baseball. Installed by AE Door and Windows.
Swing and a miss. He's fired up. Look at him. Caleb the Animal Dreesen.
Thursday, Baton takes on Butler for Division III Regional Championship. Coverage begins Thursday at 1:35 on 1450 The Ticket.
From the WMOH Weather Center, we will see sunny skies this afternoon with a high near 81. Mostly clear tonight with a low near 55. Sunny on Thursday with a high 84. Mostly clear Thursday night with a low 60. Sunny on Friday with a high 84, partly cloudy Friday night with a low near 65. And on Saturday, partly sunny with a chance of showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon, high 84.
This is Hugh Hewitt. Join me today at 3 on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
Get the lowdown on the latest news with a side of laughs whenever you want. Subscribe to the Dana Show podcast on YouTube, Apple, or wherever you get your podcast.
It seemed appropriate in talking about this particular story. You had XTC making plans for Nigel, and then you have Jeremy by Pearl Jam, which is going to be one of the rare times that I play Pearl Jam on this show. But there was a good song. Welcome back to the program. Dana Lash with you. It is a serious thing that I want to go back to the first thing that I was talking about, like the Wmoh moment. And it was a piece that was written by a Brit, and it was an editorial about the state of the UK for the Washington Examiner. But there are so many similarities between what they're going through and then the conditions here in the United States. And I think people need to pay attention to this. Everybody gets so hyper-focused on policy coming out of D.C., not to say that it's unimportant, but there's something that's bubbling underneath the policy, and there's something, it's bubbling up out in suburban streets, and it's bubbling up out in rural towns, and it's bubbling up in the schools and the universities, and it's, everywhere. And I think there's multiple stratagems that are being employed against the West to foment division and try to upset the stability that we have for so long enjoyed as the leader of the free world, being a free nation. You have the Red-Green Alliance, where you have the communists and the Islamists working together. And notice, and I made this point, and I'm going to try to watch my words on this. I made this point to Kane that for all of the talk from Podcastistan and all of the grift and all of the mouth spittle and all of the circle jerk that these people get involved in, all of them they go on each other's shows and they all do this, the cable cast-offs and the Eurotrash rejects and the sex traffickers and everyone else. Not a single one of these bloviating, just absolutely ridiculous, alcoholic, red-faced, pockmarked people, not a single one of them have said a single utterance about this story coming out of Britain. Not a one. Not one. Because they're fluffing Russia right now. Podcastistan is just a glorified OnlyFans for cable news rejects who are trying to somehow make a grift to take the place of their cable paychecks. It's OnlyFans for morons. That's what it is. As evidenced by the fact that they're all taking a simultaneous field trip to Russia to fluff the communist regime. And everyone's supposed to politely applaud and say, oh, wow, look at you uncovering so many things. They're going and being shown the same thing that everyone else is being shown when they go over there. And they're looking at the same monuments, and they're going to the same squares, and they're meeting the same people, and they're staying in the same places, and they're going to the same restaurants while acting as though they have the liberty to choose all these things for themselves, which therein is the hilarity. But not a single thing about this. Now, I made mention in this Harry Novak case, this 18-year-old, and I think one of the reasons that I think people get so angry when they see these stories. This was a young 18-year-old man who was studying accounting and had his whole life ahead of him. I mean, I have kids this age. You see your kids in every kid. That's one of the glories and also the curse of parenthood. Because you see your kid in every kid. I can't even imagine. And this individual who attacked him, this 23-year-old man, and stabbed him and then made up the story while the cops let him bleed out because it was about race. They believed the racial lie that was told by this Digwa character who stabbed him with his ceremonial knife that he's allowed to carry. And the mom hid the knife, and the dad and the brother were also trying to hide it and do all this. And the convictions just came down a couple of days ago. This happened in December of 25, but the convictions just came in, which is why it's a big story right now. But there's a lot to say about this. In the United States, people took a knee for George Floyd. People took a knee for George Floyd in London. I think we have some video and Tommy Robinson was talking about this. They took a knee for George Floyd in Britain. Watch this. On the other side of the world. Unbelievable. Oh, and there he takes the knee. Henry Novick was British, and his treatment that he received at the hands of the police was one of the most negligent, cruel things I think I've ever seen. There's been no public campaign on his behalf. Nobody's taken a knee for him. They didn't hold a moment of silence for him in Parliament. Right? You couldn't, during the BLM days, you could not say all lives matter, could you? Kane, what happened if you said all lives matter?
You were a bigot at that point.
Because you couldn't say all lives matter because it was interpreted as you're denying that lives matter. Because some apparently matter more than others. Konstantin Kristin had said, and I love the way he put this, he said, they're talking about all of these activists. They have created a racial hierarchy of victimhood where a career criminal who dealt with police in a foreign country, zero evidence of racism, a career criminal, because this guy who stabbed Henry Novick was known to police, by the way. Zero evidence of racism. Police immediately sanctified him because of the color of his skin. And Henry Novick was dismissed because of the color of his skin. I mean, this is what we're seeing here. This is it is a two-tier police system. Policing. Nigel Farage, if we can play this, he was in Parliament. Oh, I want you to listen. And if you're watching the simulcast, I want you to watch the faces of some of these far-left Labour Party members of Parliament that are sitting around him. And I want you to watch their reaction to what he says. If you're listening, I want you to listen to the boos and the hisses and the eruptions from the other lefty people. Because Farage is stating what we all know. There is a two-tier system of justice, not just in the United States either, in Britain, in France, in Norway.
Horrendous.
It is insane. And I want you to listen to the vultures that are hissing and trying to drown out his remarks. Oh my gosh, in the faces, especially when Farage stands up to your right over his shoulder. I want you to watch the one guy who gets this. He looks like an ordinary bloke. And then he starts screwing up his face, looking real hateful. Watch this.
The circumstances of Henry Novick's death, can I urge the Prime Minister to consider this? It is now clear to growing millions in this country that we're living under two-tier policing. The instructions that are given to police officers from police bosses are clear and written down in ink. It says you must treat different ethnic groups in different ways. That, apart from the upset and the anger at the circumstances of his death, the anger that you saw spilling out in Southampton last night,
Why should he
is in danger,
Condemn the violence.
which is in danger of getting considerably worse, if the public lose trust,
Condemn it.
if the public lose trust in being treated fairly by the police, can he take some action, end this divisive practice of two-tier policing, and make sure that all British citizens are treated the same?
Condemn the violence. These people have not condemned the hunting of youth by Islamists in the streets of their country. That dumb broad. Condemn the violence. Condemn your face. Nothing. These people didn't condemn what happened in Rotherham. Remember when you had the West Midlands Police in 2025, they told the Birmingham Safety Advisory Group that they had to ban Israeli football fans from going to a match in the city because it was considered high risk because of the Islamists. Condemn that. No, here's the problem. And I say this knowing full well that we're coming up on July 4th in this country. I'll remind everyone, this is a country that was founded on beer and kicking ass. That's not out of our DNA. When you do not have equally applied law and order, expect violence. when you do not equally, fairly, impartially apply law and order, I promise you, you will most deservedly get violence. I wouldn't condemn anything because they deserve the reckoning that they have raised up in the streets. We have to stop cowering from lawmakers. Remember, in this country, there's an uncomfortable reality that the left doesn't want to admit, and that is this: the relationship between a people and its elected representatives is a tenuous relationship. Law and order. That's what this republic is. Everyone equal before the law and everyone equal beneath it when it's violated. People, the elected class, should live with a healthy fear of the people they represent. And in the meantime, you're seeing that not happen in Britain. So now they're not going to ban anyone. Now in Britain, let me put this out here. If you're going to buy a steak knife, you can't in Britain. You got to be 18. If you're living on your own, young adult, if you wanted to go buy a steak knife to cut your meat, you can't. You can't carry a knife. I had a post, when was this, from 2019, where they began putting these knife boxes on all the street corners because they told people you can't carry knives, you can't have knives, no switchblades. Even if you have too big of a steak knife, come and bring it and drop it in this box. And then, of course, criminals were like, free knives. And they went and they raided all these boxes. No, this guy that stabbed the 18-year-old, he had a knife that would have been banned had he not been Sikh. But he's Sikh, so it's allowed. Keir Starmer has affirmed that they're not going to ban carrying any of those weapons by that particular religious group. Now, I have nothing against Sikhs. I think that they're natural allies against people that dislike Islam. And Islamists, check their history. This is still, regardless of that, a two-tier system of justice. Listen to this that came out of their parliament just late yesterday. They're not banning anybody from carrying these knives, including the exact one that was used in Henry Novak's murder. Listen.
In relation to knife controls, there have been calls to limit the right of Sikhs to carry their ceremonial knife, the kirpan, one of the 5 holy items in their faith. The Offensive Weapons Act of 2019, passed under the previous government, clarified and strengthened existing legal protections in relation to long kirpans. This included extending defences so that kirpans can be lawfully possessed for religious reasons and used in religious and ceremonial contexts.
By the way, does that woman look familiar to you? That's the woman, by the way, that had banned Hassan Piker and his chonky uncle. You know, and they said it was the Jews. She's Pakistani. Just pointing that out. So they get to carry those knives. Interesting. Now, in the meantime, Tommy Robinson pointed out, you know, we had played to you that police had previously taken a knee for George Floyd. They refused to do so for Henry Novak. He had it on video. We can't play actually any of the audio because there's a lot of cussing. But I wanted to point out, too, what's interesting about this is that you have a black British man and a white British man both assailing. You can go ahead and play it. This officer who refused to take the knee, and they said, you took the knee, you guys took the knee for Floyd, but you didn't do it for this. And they're talking, and this is Southampton. They were saying, why don't you take the knee like y'all did for George Floyd, the career criminal who was on drugs? I'm telling you something. Britain better get its act together. They need to get their act together. And by the way, one of the things that came out in the investigation, and I know we got to get going. I have so much on this. Henry Novak, he was in custody for 67 minutes right after he had been stabbed. 67 minutes after he had been stabbed. That's how long it took him to die. 60 of the 67 minutes, according to all of the court documents, he spent dying in custody with cuffs. No care rendered. Because Digwa had accused him of racism, falsely. Digwa gets 3 hots and a cot for the rest of his life. I think he should be hung publicly. We have more on the way. as we roll towards Florida Man. And as we do so, the people who make the program possible, our friends over at Patriot Mobile, the only Christian conservative cell phone service in the country. And Patriot Mobile exists not only to save you money, but Patriot Mobile also wants to make sure that the dollars that you work very hard for and the service that those dollars pay for is not used to then undermine you, betray you at the ballot box. You're betraying yourself with every dollar you spend with any other cell phone service other than Patriot Mobile. You're betraying yourself. You're betraying everything that you vote for. And I know that sounds harsh, but that's what you're doing. Do you want me to sit down here and read the list of all these big cell phone companies and all their PACs, how they fund trans issues, how they fund gun control, how they bankroll people like Rashida Tlaib? Because I'm eager to do that. Patriot Mobile is the only cell phone service that you can have, and they're better than all the other ones. They got prioritized premium nationwide coverage on the same or better than big carriers, 100% U.S.-based support. They're the only ones not betraying you at the ballot box. You got unlimited data plans. You got mobile hotspots, international roaming. If you're in a contract, they'll buy you out. You're going to get better service, better treatment, and better affordability. Why would you not switch? So it's easy to do. You don't have to go into their store. You can sit on the sofa. My gosh, you can sit on the toilet and do it, for crying out loud. Activate in minutes. Keep your number, keep your phone, or upgrade. But I'm telling you, they are one of the big reasons why parents in my town took back our school board from the left. Not only our town, but 3 of the towns near us. They have helped fight for Second Amendment rights in the Texas Capitol and elsewhere in this country. Why would you not switch for better service and to back what you believe in with your own dollars? Take a stand today. Visit patriotmobile.com/Dana or call 972-PATRIOT. Use code Dana for a free month of service. patriotmobile.com/Dana, code Dana, 972-PATRIOT.
Are you annoyed, angry, or maybe there's another word you want to use about where your tax dollars are going? Let's face it, the government does a terrible job of managing money, especially when it's yours and mine. Tax dollars are being wasted, and all the government does is have their hand out for more. So what do? They send you, the tax-paying American or business owner, a letter saying you underpaid your taxes, and you owe us a lot more. Don't laugh and don't cry. Call the Tax Resources Network now. Their trained experts can help negotiate between you and the IRS and take all the stress off your back. And if you're lucky, save you a boatload of tax money. So before you think about calling the IRS, if you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes or you haven't filed in a while, call us right now.
800-793-1147. 800-793-1147. 800-793-1147. That's 800-793-1147.
So, you know, I've been talking about the supplements from the company Human for years, and not just because they make the #1 selling Super Beats, but because when it comes to cardiovascular health, they really stay ahead of the science. And so if you're anything like me, you're focused on health, but cholesterol can be confusing to folks. So here's what I've learned. About 80% of your body's cholesterol is actually produced internally, and it plays a key role in things like cell health and hormone production. That's why Human created Cholesterol Health Daily. It's a simple 2-capsule-a-day routine designed to support your cholesterol from multiple angles. And it's made with plant-based, clinically studied ingredients, including aged black garlic to support your good HDL cholesterol without the garlic taste, plus patented Italian citrus bergamot for healthy triglycerides and lipid metabolism. You can find Cholesterol Health Daily from Human at Sam's Club, Walmart, Target, and Amazon, so it's easy to get your hands on. And if you're looking to do more for your cholesterol health, this is a science-backed option you can trust and actually use. This is Dana Lash. We'll be right back on WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
The Hugh Hewitt Show.
Hi, it's Hugh Hewitt. I am back from a quick trip out to the West Coast, and I will go over with you everything that happened in California in the governor's race, the LA mayoral race. We'll try and tease out of that some lessons about what's ahead. So whatever you do, don't miss the next Hugh Hewitt Show.
He keeps his finger on the pulse in D.C.
The key to the show is news. If it's happening, I'll tell you about it.
Hugh Hewitt.
Join me today at 3 on WMOH 1450, The Ticket. Keep that dial to the right.
At Big B, we know it's more than a bagel. It's love at first bite. Cue the fireworks. Big B makes it better. Whew. At Big B, we know it's more than a matcha latte. It's your midday MVP. You got this. Big B makes it better.
Your local Big B Coffee, 2874 Joseph Drive, right off of Princeton Road near Bridgewater Falls in Fairfield Township.
Start saving this summer at AE Door and Window. All through June, save up to 15% off Provia entry doors and sliders, as well as select Clopay garage doors. Save up to 20% off windows by Pella and Provia. Combine and save for another 5% off your total order and get up to $100 off a next generation LiftMaster opener. All with zero down, zero interest for 2 years. Learn more at aeDoorSales.com.
We sell the best and service the rest. AE.
I actually drop better when I'm high. It heightens my senses, calms me down. If anything, I'm more careful. Honestly, it just helps me focus.
That's probably what the driver who killed a 4-year-old told himself. And now he's in prison. You see, no matter what you tell yourself, if you feel different, you drive different. So if you're high, just don't drive. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
High school tournament baseball. Installed by AE Door and Window.
Taylor sliding into third, safe. Yes. 3-run triple, Chandler Taylor. And another runner's going to score. Keegan Sawyer with some heads-up base running. Strike 3, got him looking. 3-hitter by Caleb Dreesen. And the Baden Rams are your district champions once again.
Thursday, Baden takes on Butler for Division III Regional Championship. Coverage begins Thursday at 1:35 on 1450 The Ticket. And on WMOH.com.
From the WMOH Weather Center, this afternoon will bring us sunny skies with a high near 81. Clear tonight with a low 55. Sunny on Thursday with a high near 84. Clear Thursday night with a low near 60. Mostly sunny on Friday with a high 84. Partly cloudy Friday night with a low 65. And partly sunny on Saturday with a chance of showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon and a high near 84.
Now, back to Dana Lash on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
It's his life mission to make bad decisions. It's time for Florida Man.
Oh, man, let's see here. Let me do this, because it involves Raising Cane's. Raising Cane's, which is a great chicken place. A woman was accused of ramming a victim during a Raising Cane's road rage incident in Homestead, Florida. Oh, my word. This woman whose fake lashes is too big. She's facing 2 felony charges in connection with a late-night road rage incident at Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers, which is delicious, in Homestead, Florida. Authorities said of the incident, it happened Sunday, that a woman was in the drive-thru, and Amber Nicole Collier, was driving recklessly through the parking lot, went the wrong way in the line, almost hitting the victim's car. The victim drove to the stop sign, told Collier to drive more carefully. That enraged Collier, who told the woman, "You're a rapist and a cracker. I'm going to kill you." Hit the victim with her vehicle, tried to, but hit a curb instead. Long story long, she was picked up and taken into the pokey because you can't do any of that stuff, especially at Raising Cane's. That's some sacred chicken. Third hour next.
1450 The Ticket.
We've expanded our family to better serve yours. Anthony Munoz here for my friend and automotive partner Ed Larkin. We've expanded our roster and added to our team. Rose Automotive in Hamilton and Larkin Cobb Chevy Buick GMC in Eaton welcome Larkin Greenwood Ford in Connersville, Indiana to our family. We've expanded our family to better serve yours. We've always wanted to be your everything automotive partner, and now we can offer Ford, Chevy Buick GMC. Larkin Greenwood Ford in Connersville, Indiana. Larkin-Ford.com.
Larkin Ford.
Congress is poised to pass a bill to keep AM radio in cars, but time is running out. 82 million Americans risk losing the news, sports, talk, traffic, and vital emergency information they rely on. Text AM to 52886 and tell Congress to pass this bill now.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month, and you may text STOP to stop.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
This is your ticket to Miami University Sports. WMOH, Hamilton, Fairfield, Westchester, Cincinnati. 1450 The Ticket.
News this hour from Town Hall. I'm John Scott. Peace remains elusive. Correspondent Ben Thomas reports on the latest shots fired in the Iran war.
U.S. Central Command says Iran fired missiles at Kuwait and Bahrain but failed to hit their targets.
Iran's paramilitary Revolutionary Guard says it targeted the headquarters of the U.S. Navy's Fifth Fleet in Bahrain. Retaliation, it says, for the U.S. firing a missile into the engine room of another oil tanker trying to reach Iran despite the U.S. blockade. Central Command says it responded with strikes on an Iranian military ground control station on Qasem Island in the Strait of Hormuz. It all comes after Iranian news agencies reported Tehran had stopped communicating with mediators about a ceasefire. President Trump maintains talks have not ceased. I'm Ben Thomas.
President Volodymyr Zelensky says that long-range Ukrainian drones have struck an oil terminal in the Russian city of St. Petersburg. The drones set ablaze the oil terminal. The attack comes just before the Russian city hosts an international economic summit where President Vladimir Putin is scheduled to speak. A curfew to curb violent protest around the ICE detention center in Newark, New Jersey has been lifted. Correspondent Laura Winters.
Newark's Mayor, Democrat Ross Baraka, lifting the curfew for now outside Delaney Hall, the ICE detention center where violent clashes have happened outside and where violent criminal illegal aliens are being held inside the building. New Jersey Governor, Democrat Mikey Sherrill, asking the New Jersey State Police to patrol outside the facility in an effort to control violent agitators, many who are from out of state and specifically from Portland. Laura Winters reporting.
Game 1 of the NBA Finals tonight. The San Antonio Spurs and New York Knicks play in the Alamo City. Tip-off, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. More on these stories from townhall.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free, no-risk consultation. 800-292-7875. 800-292-7875. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-292-7875.
1450 WMOH News. I'm Steve Vaughn. A man who stabbed a Butler County Sheriff's deputy after setting his girlfriend's car on fire was sentenced this morning. 42-year-old Philip Lovely of Madison Township was given 8 to 12 years in prison for his attack on Deputy Michael Farthing. Butler County Sheriff Richard Jones is speaking out on the arrest of 2 illegal migrants charged with Monday's shooting in Liberty Township.
I have protesters here at the Butler County Jail. They go to the commissioner's meeting, and they never talk about when people get shot, when they're shooting guns, or they have knives. Well, I'm here today to show you my disgust with what took place, which happens all the time.
Jones says the couple will be deported after they serve prison time if they're convicted. 24-year-old Eric Martin has been arrested in northern Kentucky. The Butler County man is accused of posting nude photos of his ex-husband on social media. I'm Steve Vaughn.
Richard's Pizza.
Honey, what are we going to eat after the game tonight?
How about Richard's Pizza?
Richard's Pizza. One of their new fresh salads for you, a famous Italian steak sandwich for me, and a piping hot pizza for the kids.
Sounds like a plan.
Richard's Pizza has 4 convenient locations in Butler County: Trenton, Monroe, Fairfield, and Hamilton.
Richard's Pizza. Great taste since 1955. Richard's Pizza.
All-Pro Anthony Munoz here for Rose Automotive, your all-pro automotive superstore. Rose delivers all-pro value and all-pro service for all makes, all models, all the time. My family and I have made Rose Automotive our one-stop shop for everything automotive. And I mean everything: sales, service, parts, and accessories. You want it, they'll deliver it. Call today at 863-7878. That's right, 863, my number.